Welcome to the sad quarantine stream. The stream where I'm not actually that sad, but I'm definitely on quarantine, helping my friends, my loved ones by staying home and not spreading this deadly disease that is COVID-19. Welcome. Today is a very weird stream, very weird stream. As you guys could probably notice, I haven't streamed this week properly. And the reason is I'm suffering from severe back pain. And it's that kind of back pain that, like, sometimes I stop feeling my arms, my legs, sometimes my legs move by themselves. So just to sum it up, I have severe back problems, and this quarantine kind of prevented me from treating those back problems. These back problems I have. So for that reason, I'm kind of suffering a little bit, but I enjoy streaming and I enjoy working. I enjoy drawing. So I will not let that prevent me from having fun, from living my life, and from pursuing my dreams. See, pursuing my dreams. That's beautiful. So, because of that, I'm streaming today anyway. So, like, fuck if I'm in pain. Fuck it. And all things considered, I'm happy. I'm in a good mood, even though, like, oh, it does suck a little bit right now. My left arm, is hurting quite a bit. But it's fine. It's fine. Everything is fine. I did go to the doctor, and he's studying my situation to see what the fuck I can do. Um, uh, I should be, of course, going to physiotherapy, exercising and stuff, but that's very hard to do when you're home, right? So with that said, let's go. Let's turn on Photoshop. Let's see if I have Photoshop here. Yes. Let's turn Photoshop on. As usual, to the art streams. Um, these art streams don't have any soundtrack because then you can put your own soundtrack. So you can basically listen to anything you want while hearing me and watching me draw, right? So yeah, no soundtrack on this stream. Hello, King. How you doing? I hope you're doing fine. In this, it's back pain art. It's me. Although this is kind of wrong, I only feel pain in that part of the back when I'm laid down. When I'm like on a chair, I actually feel pain on my arms. So right now, my arms are in pain, not my actual back and my asshole. You still worried? Don't be like I went to the doctor. I'm seeking help, right? So I'm doing everything I can, and what the doctor said. Well, the doctor looked at my. I mean, the doctor just pa- give me some tests to do, health tests, health exams and stuff. So I still have to get the results of my tests, right? So the doctor doesn't say anything conclusive of what I should do. He wants to see the results first. But by looking at me naked, right, he basically said, "Hey, you have scoliosis. Your what is it called? Your booty part, but not it's not your booty. It's like your like I can't draw, right? You guys tell me. You guys are better at English than me. This part. What is this part? Like this part. The hips. Your hips are totally fucked because your hips are like to the side. Your hips are not um instead of being like this, it's like this. Right? You have a balance problem in your hips, and your back is like and your back's like this. And like this part of your back's probably not an hernia, but it's actually just probably just actually disappearing, like uh, and succumbing to the weight of your own body because you don't fucking exercise. So right now I'm like my back's like this, right? My back's like this right now. There are gaps in it probably. This one is suffering. This one is very suffer. It's suffering, but it's still here. And this one is just like, please help me. And my hips is like, "Wha-" but it's fine. Like the only problem I'm having is to sleep. Right? Sleeping has been kind of difficult for me right now because there is no position that I'm comfortable. Like there's literally no position I'm comfortable. So throughout the day, I'm kind of fine, right? But when I go to sleep, there is no position. I did pick up some extra pillows. So tonight I'm gonna try to use more pillows, right? So I can maybe sleep like this, right? So I can maybe sleep like this, like the like 3 or 4 pillows here and 2 pillows here, right? And this usually works, right? This usually works. Be like this, like in this 90 degrees legs like this. This usually like frees my back from having to do anything, right? So like if you guys ever feel pain in the back, like sleep with your legs in 90-degree angles. Like that helps a lot. That helps a lot, right? Like little tips for someone with like broken back, with a broken back, like 90 degrees, 90 degrees. And also that, but like really the thing that I want to know the most is what the fuck I can do to prevent this. And the doctor is probably going to give me some orientation, and he will tell me what type of chair I should get, because my chair right now, it's literally like this. My chair is literally like this. No cushion, no angled stuff. Like it's just like 90 degrees hard and almost bolted to the ground. This is my chair in real life. So that, and like super short too. It's not like big, right? It's like super short. So it's like a short. So here's the thing that you guys should know. I deserve this, right? I deserve this. Like totally, I deserve this because I was warned about this, and yet I still decided to work on a terrible chair and not to do any exercise. So I deserve this. I deserve this, right? So I'm just paying for my I'm just paying for my sins. I sinned, and now I have to pay for this. And I will try to make some exercise like tomorrow. I will try some exercises that I know are safe, right? Because you can fuck your back if you don't know what to do. But I've been doing like physiotherapy for my whole life, so I know what the fuck is okay. Yeah, yeah. That's what I should say right on Twitter. Like, hey, if you buy a commission from me, you're not only buying a commission, you are giving me a chair so I can live forever, so I can live more with less pain, right? But yeah, I think I will buy, like I have some money because I really like to save money, so I have some saved money. It's not a lot, but I think it's enough to buy a chair, maybe. The thing is, I don't know what chair I'm gonna buy. I don't know which chair is good for a person with a broken back. So I'm basically waiting for the doctor to say, "Hey, you should get this kind of chair," and I will be happy. Because I cannot go to a. I don't know if there isn't even like I don't know if in this city I don't think there is I don't think there is a store on my city that sells chairs. like the ones I need, like office chairs. I don't feel like there is a store that sends it, so I would have to buy on the internet, right? And so I cannot test it, right? So I need somebody to say, hey, this chair, you can trust me. This chair, it's okay for someone that is as tall as you are and has a back as broken as you have. But like the thing about chairs is that like it's they don't chairs don't solve the problem, right? Chairs are just so you are comfortable. So let's reactivate my drawing that I was doing last time. This little thing, and let's keep painting. What if you buy in main city and pay the shipping? What do you mean? I'm talking about not being able to go to a store to test the chair before I buy it. If you're telling me like I should travel to a city that does have a store and then ship it, I yeah, that depends. I don't know. So let's have fun painting her skin. I've been having some fun painting skins since last time, which is a shame. Like I basically found the fun of painting again, and then orthopedic store. Yeah, but do they sell chairs on that kind of store? I need to see that because I know there is some health related store and that sell orthopedic stuff, but I don't know. I don't know if they have chairs, right? And for the pain, there is no medicine that can make the pain go away because it's weird. It's not a normal kind of pain. It's not a normal kind of pain. It's like receiving shocks on my legs and arms, right? It's like there's something moving in my legs. It's weird. It's kind of funny. It's kind of fun. But yeah, I'm having a lot of fun on learning how to render skin by myself, of course, because I have no patience learning, looking at classes, right? So like, let me see. I'm worried about what I open. Okay, not this one. I'm sorry, not this one. I named my files like I named my files like okay, not this one. Um, which one? I'm worried of what I'm gonna end up opening. Uh, is it this one? Yeah, this one. Okay, I was having fun like learning how to render skin, right? And like it's really fun to learn how to render skin. Let me turn this off. Like and like look at like how the light uh works with the skin and with the human skin and how the light sometimes go enter the human skin. Like that's very fun to learn, right? That's very fun to like throw a bunch of colors in it and just like have fun, right? So I'm learning. I'm getting really into painting again because of that, right? To really like learn how the skin works. It's fun. It's fun. The better one I did is of course this one. No, not this one. What? Which one? This one. But I cannot show you guys, right? Just look at fast. Okay, did you see it? Okay, you saw it then. Very fast. Let's see. Let's go to her skin. You saw it. It's so good. I'm so proud of that painting. Like I know it's funny because I did it as a joke because of a friend that asked me to paint that. But I got so proud of it because it's such a good rendering of a penis. It's such a good rendering of a penis. I'm so proud of myself. I'm sorry. Okay, what is this? Oh, this is the layer. You lost it. You lost my penis drawing. Because I'm so proud of my penis drawing. Penis. The penis drawing. So this thing is a thing I'm having some fun drawing recently. Is just like understanding what's a soft shadow and what's a harsh shadow, right? So here I want to like tell you that hey, this is a round shape on her hips, right? This is so it's the shadow is soft, but over here it's kind of harsher. So the shadows are going to be kind of like more pointy shadows. Also, on contrary of the other drawing, I do not exaggerate her muscles, right? Stretch. Okay, you're going to make me go like okay, let me get up. Okay, I'm stretching, but very carefully because very carefully so don't break anything. Did you street before painting? What do you mean? What do you mean by street? Stretch? No, maybe I should. Maybe I should stretch, but I don't really care. I stretch my legs. I have big legs, so I guess it's important for me to do that. But yeah, I'm not trying to make her super exaggeratedly buff, right? Because I feel like she's a more realistic type of buff person. You know when you get because this character has a reason to be buff. That's not aesthetic, right? She's a bounty hunter, right? So she is strong because she needs to be strong, not because she wants to look pretty, right? So I do not exaggerate her muscles. Like I'm not draw like a six pack on her belly, like a super exaggerated six pack. Because usually people that are strong because of their profession, they are not ripped. They are just big. They are just like like the belly. You can see that there is some stuff there, but it's not like a bodybuilder, right? It's not a bodybuilder thing. So her belly will be flat, kinda, right? Like here you can see the idea. This mark here is for a shirt that I'm going to draw under, but the belly itself is not going to be. I mean, she's strong, but she's not ripped. She's not like that other drawing, right? That other this one. No, not this. God damn it. This one. This one. She's not like this, right? She's not like this absurd thing here, right? She's more like a normal belly, normal, realistic belly, right? So her belly is like normal. Normal is strong. Um, Let me see the lighting situation here. Let's flip this. Oh, okay. Now I see what's happening. Okay, now I see what's happening. Uh huh. Uh-huh. Okay, totally. You know when you see like buff women in TikTok, right? That sometimes they pop on Twitter, right? They're not like bodybuilders. It's more like their shape changed. They're shaped like a strong person. They're not like absurd. Like they're shaped like a strong person. They have the wings under their arms, which are super pretty, right? They like nice trapeziums. Let's see. I wish I had some wings under my arms. I used to swim like he lied. Like maybe that was the last time I was actually healthy in the sense like I was doing exercise. Is when I used to swim. They actually have a really protein diet. Oh, I don't know. The only thing I know is how they look and how I have to interpret it when I'm drawing. Okay, this shadow part's kind of weird. Oh no, protein diet. I wonder what that means. That means that they got the big muscles. I don't know. Something is wrong here. That much potentiality, at least to me. You're not more in the oh, okay or just happen to be buff. Oh, okay, fine. I really don't know anything about muscles. I'm just like, okay, yeah, totally. Yeah, like that's the thing about muscles is that also there is like a lot of your genetics. You know, some people are just naturally buff. Like I know people that are not like they do not like, and there's like different types of buff, you know, like different types of buff. Like some people are super thin, right? And like, but they have muscle, and they are super thin but muscular, and that's like a buff type, right? Of a person that's like it's very muscular, but it's still a thin person, right? And like that person, I mean, I don't feel like that person could be normally a bodybuilder. Like that person normally without additives is just like a buff person that's very thin. But yeah, maybe I'm talking bullshit because that's not my area of expertise. I'm just a visual artist, so all I can do is look. Maybe if one day I actually become buff myself, and I should become buff myself, I learn. One problem I have with the idea of becoming buff is that I really don't want to give off the idea that I'm strong to anyone. I legit want people to think that I'm baby, right? Because, right? And and like I sometimes I fear that becoming buff is going to give off the impression that I'm not baby, right? And I don't want to not be baby. I want to be. I want to have the frail look. I know it's weird. I know it's a weird thing to say, but I kind of want to have the frail look, right? Because I'm tired of people looking at me and being like, "Oh, you're so tall. Just pick up this." Because here's the thing: when you're perceived as male, right, and even though you are in a office work, people still ask you and expect you to pick up stuff that's very heavy, right? So like even though I always had like the last job I had, for example, it was an office job, right? I had to do paperwork. But just because I'm perceived as man, especially at a time, um, people would be like, "Hey, just pick up this 20 kilos thing and put there for me, and do that like a bunch of times." What, you're not going to pick it up? Why? You're a man, aren't you? And to me, that's like the death of me, right? That's the death of me. Uh, because like my entire life, even when I was like a little kid, like I always ask my female friends to open my bottles, for example, because um, I never had like, I never felt like I was strong. I never punched anyone. I never got into a fight, right? I never had like that more you know, masculine, like quote unquote masculine kind of attitude about myself. So I was like, "Hey, can you open this bottle for me? I'm kind of kind of weak." So like when people expect me to be more brute, I'm like like it's very tiring, right? So I the one thing I worry about becoming buff is that people will perceive me as a more brute person, which is really not me. It's really not who I am. Never was. I don't have a girl who wants to show herself like me to try. No, I don't. Never. I never encounter a girl like that. For real. Blame those people for your back. Yeah, you could blame them for that. You could blame my other job for that too. Like, but the other job was more like everyone was fucked because my other job was in an archive, right? So transporting piles of documents was a thing everyone had to do, male or female, right? So my other job was just like miserable for everyone. Very nice place though. I really liked my job at the archive, right? But it certainly is the thing that probably broke my back. That and the fact that I wasn't doing any exercises because I'm a very tall person, very tall lady, and I have to do something with my body because otherwise my body is going to die. Is going to cease to exist. No, that's an exaggeration. When you yeah, that's the thing. There's a difference between the people I know on the internet and the people who I know in real life, right? And the people that on the internet that I know are very woke and very different, right? But the people I know in this small city, right? They are very like, well, what you would expect from people, right? They are very like, oh, the women don't want to carry heavy stuff, and they do wait for a man, and it's just small city stuff, I guess. Or maybe I just got to know the wrong people because of my, especially because of my uh, uh, college, right? My college, I went to law school, so maybe law school isn't a place with a lot of woke people, right? So maybe it's because of that, right? If I had went to the design school, which is what I'm trying to go right now, maybe I would have no more people like that, right? Because I'm not a party person, right? So I'm really like a shy girl. So the only place I know people are like at my job, at my college, sometimes a friend of a friend. So I guess I have to find the more alternative people like me on my small city. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Your mother story makes totally sense. Oh, I understand now. I understand now. Totally, totally. I totally understand. I totally understand. Here there's a funny situation, right? In terms of physical stuff, it's totally my mom totally waits for my father, right? And she kind of gave up on me in that sense. But she totally waits for my father. But she also wants my father to act like a man, quote unquote, and like take decisions, make the decisions of our house, and have the financial responsibilities of the house and stuff like that. But he doesn't want it, and he hates it. So she is, for all intents and purposes, like heavy quotes here, the man of the house, right? And the person I always ask for help for everything, right? And so like my dad is literally like the muscle, right? That's the only thing he is. Because the brains and everything else, right? It's mom. And she's like pissed all the time because she legit wants him to choose stuff for her, but he just can't. He's just a little banana thing. It's just a banana person like me. It's funny how people like want to realize the dreams. Like people have like this preconceptions in their heads, like, oh, the man is supposed to be the strong and take decisions and be Irish and like solve situation and solve problems, and like, no, that's a lot of men don't fucking know it, don't want to do that, right? Just because you saw on television men doing that doesn't mean they want it, right? I don't believe I'm defending man on the stream. Usually I'm just like, I just talk shit about man, right? But this stream, I'm like, no, just sometimes you ask men to be physically strong. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't ask men to be brutes. They should do their fucking chores though on the house. If you're doing the chores in your house for them, fuck them, right? I'm talking about other stuff. Yeah, you have to do the chores in your house. You stop that. Have like to clean the dishes, clean your house, cook. Cook is good. Cook is good. Cook is good. Cooking is good. Have to help on your house. That's what I'm saying. Your house should help. Don't be an asshole. Oh no. Here, my home is so funny. Like it's basically me trying to help on my house, on my home, and do my chores. And mom sometimes get actually mad at me, and we have fights because I want to do the chores and she wants to do the chores for me. And I'm like, and when she does something for me, I'm like, no, stop, don't do it, don't do it, stop. I'm going to do this, especially now on the quarantine, right? Because before, like she was at work and stuff, and I was at work, so everyone basically did the stuff themselves. But now she wants to do stuff for me, and I'm like, no, stop, bad mom, bad mom. You leave my bed alone. Leave my bed alone. It's my job. Let's go. Good. Have fun. Have fun. I was going to say put on a podcast, but maybe that's who I am right now. Maybe I am the podcast. Oh my god. I turn into the podcast. The one person podcast. Oh my god. Tables have turned. I became the podcast. Let's show you something. I think because of Val. I think I don't know. Let's see. Because Val is from the healthy, the medicine part. She's a nurse, right? So I have to, I will show you something because I have a book on anatomy, right? I have a book that goes through every part of the human body with me, for me, right? And sometimes I look at this book for reference, right? And but like I'm slowly realizing that okay, let's like look at this page. Let me oh my god, this page here. Look at this page, right? On some of the muscles of the thorax, right? And their names. And I'm slowly realizing that this is not as useful as I thought this was going to be because like okay, if you know every muscle, that's good, right? That's very good, right? But just because the muscles are here, that doesn't mean they actually show up in the human body sometimes, right? So like the last drawing I made, this one, not this one, fuck this one. Like she has extra pecs that are wrong. Like because I looked at this, I basically I looked at this and I'm like 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And like, but no, what? And I was like 1, 2, 3, 4, right? But then I took a look at an actual picture of a bodybuilder, and this thing right here actually never shows up, right? Even though it is here, right? Even though it is here, it doesn't it doesn't show up. It even if you're a bodybuilder, they don't this part of this muscle here, it doesn't bulge, right? Also this part here, this filament here, it doesn't show up. If you get strong, this fucking thing does not fucking show up. This thing here, uh-uh, doesn't exist, right? What does happen often is that you see, like, even if the person's a bodybuilder, of course, right? It's like big chunks, like all aimed at the belly bottom, like here. So like, look, studying anatomy like this has its limitations, right? Because just because the muscle is there, it sometimes it just fucking doesn't show up, or it shows up in a completely different manner than you would expect, right? And that's the quick complaint. That's me complaining about uh, muscle and stuff. Imagine what that in real life. Oh, I can't. Jesus. Like actually touching a person to see if they are sick or something. That's something wrong. That every model in the test has a different. There are different things like that, but you have a time limit. Really? But like, do you have physical models that you can touch, or is that a is it a picture? Jesus, you have a time limit. That's harsh. That's harsh. Oh, it's on actual corpses. Jesus. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. But Jesus. But makes sense. Yes. Okay. I forget that you have actual corpses in that kind of college. Yeah, crazy, crazy, crazy to think of that. Because like looking at a picture at a night picture, it doesn't fucking translate. Like I wonder how do you even study something like that? Because you have to look at a shit ton of bodies, I guess. Because looking at pictures in books, it's not fucking enough, right? It's not fucking enough, right? I mean, it's not fucking enough even for drawings. Imagine for like actually examining people. Now I understand. I totally understand. Ideally, you should have like a shit ton of bodies with you, and I mean a shit ton, or just like a lot of experience. Like now I understand why people that are like physiotherapists, they know a lot of anatomy because they're constantly touching people, right? It was my flaw. I don't know. I don't believe tests like that are exams like that are like they actually mean that you are bad or something. I don't feel like that kind of test is a say proof that you're bad at something. No, tests are kind of weird. I don't feel like they actually tell you how good you are as a professional. Sadly, that's the only a thing that only life will tell. I think, and I believe my friends. But yeah, now I totally get why physiotherapists are so good at anatomy because, or at least all the physiotherapists that I knew were very good at anatomy because they are constantly touching people and seeing the body emotion and like seeing the muscles of a lot of different people and like it's interesting. So that you heard me, folks. If you want to be a good artist, like a realistic artist, time to enter physiotherapy school and be like touching people all day. Just touch people all day. That's what they do, right? Just touch people. Good. It's nice that you can help. So yeah, and this I hope this isn't a bad thing, but you guys are probably going to hear me talk about anatomy a lot because I care about it, and it's always a trip to learn something new about anatomy. And I am actually very bad at it, but I'm going to get good, like for real. I'm not worried. Just a matter of time. I do wonder if sometimes I'm going to at some point I'm going to be good enough at anatomy that will actually help me in a doctor situation. I don't know, in a health situation. I really wonder, like if oh, I'm pinning on the wrong thing. Fuck. That's why it's so weird. Oh, okay. One little thing. Yes, tell me, please. Tell me the secrets of your craft. Do 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 do. Oh no, now I have Gentle Giant on my head. Boomer progressive rock bands are on my head right now. Goddamn boomer. I have such a boomer brain. Recently, I heard people calling old first person shooter games like Doom boomer shooters. And I was like, fuck, that's totally the best way of saying it. It's totally a genre of video game, boomer shooter. And I fucking love boomer shooters. I'm such a boomer for liking boomer shooters. Like old Doom, a System Shock, Quake, right? That edgy one. What's the name of that edgy one? I forgot. Duke Nukem, and I forgot the other edgy one. The like those old, very very old shooters. They're so fun, and they're boomer shooters. I think you can like put Quake. Quake is from the same people that made Doom, but it's actually 3D. Writing pessoas completamente curtas têm a palma da mão mais clara do que o torso. Ah, okay. I don't know. Am I drawing? Oh yeah, the finger here, right? I'm gonna take a look at that. For now, this is just a base, so I put a lot of color over it. So I try to remember that. I totally try to make this skin tone here lighter then for real. Yeah, this is still but like this is totally like the first layer of the screen rendering, like which is basically just shadow and the base skin tone. But the thing that I want to hammer here is that like, is this perfect? No, right? This is totally not perfect. Like this is not a real right now at least. It's not a realistic skin tone shade. Uh, but it's totally acceptable. And I cannot stop hearing on YouTube people tell like, "Hey, painting dark skin is so hard," and like, "Fucker, just pick a brown tone and then a reddish shadow, and like you have an acceptable tone of dark skin. Like, why do you make it like it's hard math? It's not. Just try it out. Just try it out." Like I would probably not make like perfect skin tones at first, right? Because I'm not a painter. I mean I am a painter, but I'm a new painter, right? I'm a beginner, right? I'm a beginner. But like in art, in visual art at least, you learn by doing, right? So just start painting. Just start painting, like motherfucker. You will learn if you start painting. But maybe I was thinking about that. Maybe it's people that like actually got an education on art, right? Because the problem with people that got education, like proper education on art, right? I never went to art school, right? So I was not never uh, properly educated on how to do art, right? And a lot of the theory for art is based on light skins, right? So what happened? And you probably know that already. I'm not teaching you that because you probably know that already. I'm just saying for everyone that there are actually people are it's like two or three people that watch this on YouTube. That's so funny. But like art education is based on light skins. So a lot of theory on light, it's like all based on people with light skins, right? So if you want to make a movie and if you want to light a person with a darker skin, a lot of cinematographers, they don't fucking know how to do that, right? Because they will use a light scheme that favored lighter skins, right? But doesn't favor darker skins at all, like at all. So if you want to see dark skinned people properly lighted in a movie, you have to go for black filmmakers because they you go like very creative because they basically have to create a theory by themselves because there is no theory, right? And they like use blue light, which like looks amazing in darker skins, right? Instead of like just white light or warm colors. They just go like blue and purple. They go like bisexual colors a lot because bisexual colors work very well in dark skins. So that's a problem. So sometimes I feel like, hey, these people complaining on how hard it is to paint uh, dark skins. Maybe it's because they come from an education that didn't prepare them for that. I don't know. Because the world is fucked. World is fucked. Big news. Big news. The world is fucked. Let's make a sharper color here because up in the cheeks, it's more like it's a more sharp uh, shape, 3D shape because of the skull that's under her face. So here the shadow is more sharp because of the skull, and then is rounder here. It's almost like racism exists. Exactly, Chad. Exactly. It's almost like that. You seem to really like her face. I do feel like her nose is a little bit small. I didn't change it because of you. You were like, no, small nose, but I do feel like her nose is a little bit small. So if everybody complains about her nose, I will be like, oh, my friend Val is the one. Is the one that wanted her with this small nose. So uh, it's my friend's fault. It's her fault. It's not mine. It's her fault. It's her fault. I'm joking. I'm just using you as a shield. Let's go. Do, 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 do. You protect yourself, girl. Especially from the teenagers with a lot of time from Twitter. Twitter has a lot of those, especially on the quarantine. Like teenagers with a lot of time, and they just discover how to be woke, right? So that's a problem. Which, like, I do believe, like, over time they're going to become better, right? They're just going to calm down a little bit. When I like got into like woke shit, I was kind of annoying, right? I was like every day on Twitter just talking about sexism, and I was kind of annoying when I really got into feminism and like racial stuff. I was like, oh, this is. I was like every day on Twitter talking about that kind of shit. Oh, you're not annoying. You're not annoying. I'm talking about people that like I don't know. I think there is clearly the new person, right? Like there's clearly like the new person, the person that just found out about racism, that just found out about sexism, about homophobia, biphobia, and stuff, right? And for a second there, that becomes like you can tell, right? You can tell that the person just discovered that, right? I'm not talking about like you can talk a lot about that because I talk a lot about that every time nowadays when I talk about a movie. I cannot help myself but to take a look at that side of a movie. For example, I cannot just not say that. And so like even when I'm talking about Godzilla versus King Kong, I'm like, hey, King Kong is a metaphor for colonialism. Let's see if that actually shows in the movie. Right? It doesn't, and the movie sucks. But like, I understand. Like, we when we know about that kind of stuff, we kind of bring that knowledge to everything we watch. But we know when somebody just found out. It's different. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Like a few days ago, I saw people like trying to cancel Iron Spike, and like, fuck, you're trying to fucking cancel Iron Spike, like for real. I was like, you're trying. I don't know if you know Iron Spike. She is a black writer, artist, and the owner of a comic book, like indie comic book publication stuff, right? She's awesome. She knows a fucking lot about art, and she's like every day on Twitter, like being real, being the realest person on Twitter. I love her. I love Iron Spike. And like people are trying to cancel even her. So it's kind of crazy sometimes. So I do understand when people are like, "Oh fuck Twitter. Twitter's a hell site." Sometimes it is. Giving her a little nose so she can have some shape for her nose, even though she doesn't have like that much nose. I don't think she should have a big nose bridge. Like the bridge to the nose should be like super big. I think just a little bit. I want to take a look if I can do that just with shadow. You know, maybe I can do that just with shadow. Just with a little shadow, I can just give it some shape. You know, I'm figuring out a lot of stuff, so like, don't take this as, hey, this is how you do this, because I'm figuring out how to draw. That's my streams, me figuring out how to draw. I know I draw a lot better than a lot of people, but it's still I'm just figuring out a lot of stuff. So what I'm doing is like an attempt at giving her nose some shape just with the shadows. But that's like the problem with one sec. I gotta ask you a little thing, please. Ask away. But that's the problem with okay, fine. Uh, but that's the problem with art in general. It's um like for people that doesn't draw, I might look like a good artist, and they might feel like that I know a lot of stuff, and I'm just learning, right? I'm just learning. I don't know if it's clear to people what a good artist looks like. Like sometimes I feel like not everyone knows what a actually good artist looks like, and they look at me and like, oh, you know how to draw this? That means you probably can draw anything. And like, no, I'm just a baby yet, still. And I fucked up her chin a little bit. Let's unfuck her chin. Let's create another layer. So if I fuck up, the layer below it isn't going to be undone. So here you can see like you have the base color layer, right? And then you have the base shadow layer. And then I work on top of those shadows. And then and now I'm going to put some light in it. Put a little bit of yellow. Okay, this looks okay. I can do this too. What if I put it on the collar? No, because I do want to change the hue. Let's go here. It's more specific. Light's coming from that part. Let me. Let's see. Put this over here. Hello, welcome back. I'm doing some light stuff, some highlights. Did you write something? So my pain yesterday didn't let me write anything, right? Because I had to sit down and write. So since I had to sit down, I didn't. I didn't actually write anything. I'm sorry. I hyped you for writing, and I didn't write. I'm sorry. it's just like sometimes my head creates cool scenarios. It's for the scenario with this character even. I was like, that's actually a good scenario. Like, interesting. Better. Don't like how this is going. Let's delete it, create a new. It's like I was like, hey, because these characters are basically random characters that I created so I can fall asleep faster. It wasn't yesterday. What do you mean? It wasn't yesterday? What do you mean it was? It wasn't yesterday when I talked about writing? I think it was. Am I going crazy? Am I going crazy? I thought yesterday I thought I was talking about writing, and then I didn't. Wasn't yesterday? Oh wow. Time is really going crazy. They started. I don't know. I'm kind of lost a little bit, but anyway, I um I what am I saying? But yeah, I had like this idea with this. I have this all of these characters that I just have them. Oh, okay. I understand. I understand. But basically, I just have this bunch of characters that I use to create stories to fall asleep, right? And then I actually had like a good idea, and I was like, "Fuck yeah, maybe I can write that," right? But I didn't, and that's the story because I had to sit down and I was kind of in pain yesterday. Was kind of in pain. I was like, yeah, this is it's kind of hurting. It's kind of hurting. It kind of sucks. It kind of sucks. It was like, hey, what if I pick up the concept of she has to stop a person, a lady that can duplicate herself, and but but now this person has so many clones of herself that's kind of hard to even get the right person for your bounty, and I just had like this very cool scene of her having a conversation with a node copy of the bounty she's trying to find, right? But she doesn't know that she's talking to an old copy of the person she's trying to find, right? Because it's just so old, right? Every time she copies herself, she gets younger, but that copy is like super old, right? Because it's like it's one of the first copies. So like she's talking about this lady and trying to find out uh, what's the relation, why this lady is related to the person she's trying to find, and how she ends up discovering that she's actually talking to the person she's trying to find, just a very old version, right? And you can just bounce. Well, what's the difference between the old version and the new versions of it? It's kind of weird, and I had this scene in my head, but not in a writing form, in a written form, more in like a movie form. And the idea that like every time she copies herself, she she loses a little bit of her humanity. So like the older copies still function like normal humans, but the newer ones are getting crazier and crazier. And like now the universe is full of the copies of this one lady, right? That suffered this tragic accident, right? So like ideas to explore and to fall asleep while thinking about this idea, right? Do, 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 do. I don't know if I like this layer. Hmm. What's wrong with it? Maybe this part. Maybe this part. So if you want ideas, I have ideas. I just cannot write them. For now. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, but I really feel like cool concepts are the thing that a lot of people can think of. You know, I don't think cool concepts are like I think like, having a thinking of a cool concept is a easy thing. What you do with the concept, it is what actually uh, makes you a good writer. I feel right because there's a lot of people with a lot of creativity out there, but they don't know how to evolve the concepts they find. Right? Okay, we are going to have a serious conversation then. This filthy uh, writers trying to convince me into getting into their craft. Yeah, but I just by looking at like writing in general, like I see a lot of people having cool ideas, but like barely anyone can evolve those ideas into something actually interesting, right? I like a guy that's like super famous, and I super feel like he's very incompetent at evolving his ideas. Is Christopher Nolan, right? Christopher Nolan and his brother, they both write movies, and Christopher Nolan actually make the movies and direct the movies, and and like and like Christopher has a lot of cool ideas, right? But his movies are so boring and so like uninspired. It feels like he picks up the ideas, the cool ideas he has, and he tries to go the most boring way possible, right? Every Christopher Nolan movie I watch, feels like that. Hey, I have this really cool idea of people that go backwards in time, and you can see them going backwards because they are in reverse time. And then you go watch the movie, and it's just like the most normal, boring stuff ever made into a movie. And you're like, "Fuck! That's all you had to. That's all you could think of." Like the craziest thing in a movie is a cool fight between a person going reverse and a person going normally. That's the coolest thing in the movie. And you're like, okay, of every scenario you could think of, this is a fight is everything you could think of. Is the great craziest stuff you could think of. And that's all his movies. That's all his movies. He directed Interstellar, um, Inception, all of these movies, The Dark Knight, all of these movies that the nerds love, right? And one thing that the nerds really are is like very uncreative. As creative as nerdy media usually is, I really feel like nerds are very uncreative people. At least the nerds I knew. It's probably the only two things he thinks of and all he wants. Maybe. He's like too enamored with fights and the craft of filmmaking that he doesn't want to actually explore the concepts. Just the filmmaking itself. Maybe. That's a good reading on his work. Oh, you were that kind of kid? You were like, oh, my stuff has to sell. Wow. Really? I was always the more boring artist, right? What am I doing here? Trash. That's what I'm doing. Let's see here. Let me read you. When I was still in sell, and then I realized that I'm already poor and not going to make money out of stories, but those guys have to operate on this model, like the thought of sell is wrong. Yeah, maybe, right? Because I do feel like when a lot of people that make a very high concept, uh, high high concept sci-fi stuff, for example, uh, a lot of a lot of people making sci-fi stuff. It like if you go to sci-fi, people start not to comprehend your movie, right? And people start not to. Oh, good thing you cleaned your house. Like and like a lot of goods, the best sci-fi stuff sometimes is the more metaphorical stuff, right? So like Under the Skin, Annihilation, 2001, like those movies are high concept sci-fi stuff and sometimes very metaphorical stuff too. And people just have a lot of trouble consuming that kind of movie, right? Because they're not very used to that, I guess. I'm not. I really don't feel like people are dumb because they don't understand movies. No, it's just they are probably not used to that kind of story, right? Like there is not like a very I don't know. Cause I do feel like anyone can get into any kind of story, right? I'm not an elitist. I'm not like, hey, only the smart can get into this kind of story. No, like anyone can get into anything, right? But I do feel like some stuff needs some introduction, right? You need to be introduced to some types of stories if you never saw that kind of story. And like sometimes you don't know how to watch something, right? Which is a very weird thought, right? Some people would say like, "Hey, if you have to learn how to watch something, that's bad already," right? But I don't know. I do feel like a lot some genres are like stuff you learn. You have to learn how to enjoy it, right? And there is some introduction is needed, right? I think like our especially our educational system fails at that, right? It fails at teaching kids how to properly analyze movies and books and stuff like that. They try, they try, but I guess it's very hard to do that, right? It's probably very hard to teach a kid how to to interpret a movie and a kid and stuff like that. It's probably very hard, right? And a book. So much so that sometimes I feel like that's something you should teach adults, you know? You should pick up like someone that's like 20 years old, right? And be like, "Hey, cool. You like that kind of stuff. Amazing. But now that you have like now that you're more grown up, right? Let me teach you how to watch boring movies, dramas and stuff like that that asks you different types of interpretations, right? Less literal interpretations and more metaphorical interpretations. Or yeah, yeah, like people that like a lot of people really think like X-Men is just about superpowers and like well no, it was made by two Jewish men, and a lot of the writers of X-Men turned the X-Men into metaphor for minorities and gay people, right? But a lot of people miss that, which is seems very obvious, but sometimes I don't know. Is it the fault of responsibility of the educational system? I don't know. I don't know. But if it's not, who should teach people about metaphor and themes and sometimes not even that, just like sci-fi, right? Just sci-fi in general or horror or you know, a lot of people don't know how to look at horror even, right? That horror sometimes the horror has meaning on itself, right? And what it's explored. Sometimes people not. I don't know. Like, do you feel like that should be something the parents should teach? But who is going to teach the parents about that? You know, how to consume art critically, which is an important thing. So people don't. So people can like protect themselves from bad art. You know, like people should know how to protect themselves of propaganda, for example, right? But to protect yourself against propaganda, you need to know how you need to know the tools that are being used to make propaganda. You know, you need to know. So you need to be teached about that kind of stuff, right? And I feel like I only know that kind of shit because I'm an artist, right? And just by trying to learn how to be an artist, you kind of sometimes can end up learning about that kind of shit and finding people willing to teach you that. But yeah, it's a complex question, right? It's a complex question. Who should teach you? Whose responsibility it is? I don't know. If you want to invade, do so. Because it's a complex topic, and I don't know if there is an answer even. And the thing is, maybe I will offend some people in the educational system itself, right? Because like I don't know anything about education and how you should educate kids. Right? It really feels like I'm trying to teach something that I'm not a professional of, right? But as an artist, I feel that sometimes I feel like, hey, you should people should know about that kind of stuff. And the same things goes for games too, but in a different way, right? In games, like there is the layer of the metaphor, right? Which a lot of people don't even look at it, right? But also there is the layer of the gameplay because games are so different from each other, right? And sometimes you pick up a genre that you're not used to and you just don't get it, right? And you have to learn how to like that genre, right? Like the first time I picked up Monster Hunter, for example, I hated it. I hated Monster Hunter, right? Over time, I think Dark Souls helped me understand what Monster Hunter was asking from me, right? Hey, hey, some games are slower and have slower animations, and you have to respect the timing of those animations, and that's it, right? But that's something I had to learn over time. Because first time I picked Monster Hunter, I was like, hey, I want to press the A button and I want to swing the sword. Why am I pressing the A button and the character is taking years to swing the sword? Right? That's dumb. This game is dumb. This game is bad. I know, it's just like it's asking something I wasn't prepared for, right? So yeah, art. I don't even know when I started talking about art like this. But yeah. And if you want to talk to me on Discord, feel free. I even deactivated the streamer mode on Discord so you can enter if you want. See. I'm not putting a lot of detail on her for now. I'm just like working on lighting and stuff. You are here, as in here. Okay, or as in here on Discord. Okay. Should I call you? Probably. Let me call you. I need to activate Val on my desktop though. Say something, Val, please.
Hello, are you hear me?
Oh, you're here. You're kind of low. Oh, maybe it's only on my end. Oh yes, my end. There
It's
you
fine. It's
go.
because I didn't bring my headset with me because I am my parents' house right now, and was like, oh, it's gonna be just a few days. I don't need a headset, and then and then yes, because headset is kind of like delicate. It was kind of expensive. I don't to buy another one. Like 2 years or three. All that
Fine.
stuff. But here we go. I
So you
hope
don't
that
want to put it on your bag and just travel with it, right?
yes, like
Okay.
3 hours and all that stuff. So is that my house? But anyway, what are you talking about right now in the last minutes? I just lost it.
Oh no,
Sorry.
I was talking about games since I knew we were going to talk about more serious stuff. Now when you
Okay.
enter, I just like okay, let's while Val is not here, let's talk about games and about how hard is to get into different genres if you're not used to them. I was talking how the first time I played Monster Hunter, I hated it because I wasn't used to what the game was asking from me, which is way less of a serious topic than, hey, maybe people should know how to identify fascist propaganda. And then,
No, it's actually, I think that is something that is kind of linked with each other. I don't know, in
mhm,
some way, of course, not that profound, no bound or anything like that, but um, what I was thinking is, like you just said, oh, I think that schools need to. I don't know if they're capable of doing that. I don't know. I know that they are not being able to do that right now. To like create this
mhm.
criticism on people, right?
What?
Like that schools are failing to create,
Oh
this
yes,
sense of criticism on people,
they
right?
try, right? But I bet my teacher tried a lot, but
And then
I
I asked, yeah, but it is the school label to do it.
yeah, is this his responsibility? What do you
Is
think?
this um like, let's see how what the things are, going right now, like today, or at
Okay.
least back to your days, when we are in the school a couple years ago. Uh,
Actually, it has
okay.
been a long time ago for me, but it's okay.
But anyway, no, some decades, and anyway.
Okay.
But I mean, we analyze, like, uh, how can I say that? Like Machado de Assis, they are
Yes.
really critic, really,
There is no English word for Machado de Assis.
There's no English word for Machado de Assis because it's his name.
Oh
It's
no,
his name.
it's
I'm not gonna translate his name.
it's X. His name is X.
X X of a axis. X of axis. Oh my god, it sounds so weird. But anyway,
Yes, yes. Please don't.
please don't. But I mean, we study a lot of like, I don't know if I can say like that, but like authors who criticizes a lot of wrong stuff that happens in their time, right?
Yes.
We study a lot of them, like even like the Portuguese one, like what's the name, who writes the Lusíadas? Luis Camões.
Oh, I never read it. Is it also critical to society?
Yes, he is
Oh,
like,
great,
I
great.
I remember my teacher explaining that he begins his poem. It's not a poem, how you say it. I
It
don't
is
remember.
technically right.
It is poetry, right?
The whole thing is it's a poem, right? So
Yes, it's a super freaking big poem. And then he just says only good stuff about Portugal and the government in the beginning and in the final of the poem. In the middle, he puts a lot of criticism.
okay.
How shitty it is, how the government is, it's shitty, and a lot of stuff.
Funny
I don't
because I
remember because
remember my teacher only saying to me that it was propaganda for Portugal and that's it.
oh yeah, maybe the beginning and the final because he wants his history to pass through the government.
Maybe,
And,
yeah, maybe. And maybe she didn't read the whole thing because it's so boring. I don't know.
yes, it's like freaking rude, just freaking rude, But I remember this, my teacher saying that in the beginning and the final, he only says good things about the government, but in the middle he puts a lot of shit, and this is
Okay.
how he was able to, public the poem and pass through the shit at the time. And at the same time, like, well, you were saying that, and then I remember Nelly Pifeto, that
Yes.
iconic guy,
Brazilian
saying that
YouTuber.
the
Nip Fat.
YouTuber Lily Fat, who's super famous, that saying that we shouldn't actually analyze those authors in the school because they're boring. We should analyze, contemporary pop culture things.
Ah, jeez.
And I was like, no, I was like, boy, how a school, as good, as perfect, as amazing it is, gonna compete with this freaking industry, because it is an industry, right?
Yes,
Of
yes.
movies and books and, all those Western mainstream shit. How are you gonna compete with that? Of that, like, tons and tons of almost the same shit over and over again that are made it to be consumed like that, by like the tons and tons and tons. I'm being
Yeah.
clear here. I don't know.
No, it feels like I understand what you're trying to say, but it also feels like the guy really wants the to make education be all about all American or English education, right?
Yeah,
Because like Harry
yeah,
Potter and stuff, like because
yeah.
like for British people, they have to start Lord of the Rings not because it's a popular thing, it's because it's their fucking history, right? And
Mm,
like we should also, I don't know, because you know what's the problem? I feel I because my maybe my experience was worse than yours,
mm,
right? In school, because my
mm,
teacher, she failed to tell me about Machado being uh, such a critic of its time. Of
mm-hmm,
such, because I remember she just talking, hey, he was great, and this mean this, and this mean that, right? Maybe she was like saying what it meant and not teaching me the tools to interpret art. Maybe what we should learn is how to it's how to maybe we should learn how to interpret art, but what you actually get is, hey, this is what you should think about this book, and this book is important, right? And
mm,
maybe that's why
mm.
people think, hey, you should give Harry Potter to people because you don't like because it's intrinsically fun. I don't know, continue please, I'm kind of lost.
No, it's fine because it's kind of complex, because you have all this industry, you have the imperialism. Oh my god!
Yes.
Anyway, we have like imperialism, and I mean, as I said, we have tons and tons of the same thing being released. Like I remember that in 2019, we have like two. I mean, I remember that. I'm sorry, I lost my thought because my mom was talking with the family back there,
Fair, fair.
and I remember that in 2019, all the big shit that was released in the theater. This is how you say. I think it is in the
Yes.
theater was actually produced and all that stuff by the same company, produced by Disney.
Yes.
I remember it was like from January into May or something like that, like 5 months of big movies and theaters being released by the same company, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And I was like, okay, um, so we have we have a monopoly of ideas, of thoughts, of a lot of important shit, of shades, of
Yes.
how a movie is rated and how a lot of stuff and etc. etc. And then we have another ones, another more not that big, who trying to sell as well, and try to do something similar at least. Sometimes we have something that is a little bit more different, that and that and there. But in the same way, I was thinking, how we gonna teach people in this system and how we are today?
Yeah.
How we gonna teach to be critical about what we consume in the same time that this is not interesting, right?
Mm-hmm.
For for what we live today.
So what you're telling me is that capitalism doesn't want us to be smart
I mean, yes. I remember
and
that
to be critical.
you say about propaganda, right? You said about
Yes.
propaganda, and I mean the guy just say. I remember then the video saying that until now, the way that we saw Nazis is through their propaganda, right?
Yes.
It's
Yes.
through
It's
their
my favorite.
propaganda.
It's my favorite video of his. Right.
Yes, my favorite too. It's awesome. And I was like, you fucking got shit. Shit. Fucking good. You know? And I was like, yeah, of course. Of course. You know, we live in a system that we have to, we, like, movies are freaking expensive and we
Yes.
need to the return of those shit, right? If you're not
Mm-hmm.
super hyper millionaires and all that stuff, right?
Right.
So it's hard to us to go out of this fold, you know, and try to do something more critical or at least, more out of those modes. If, you know, if we can lose money, right? If we need to survive.
Do you think that like that will? But how do you think they do that? Right? Because I'm not talking about their art itself being critical, right? Because I gave up on that, right? Because of capitalism, of course. Like I gave up on expecting a Marvel movie to be critical of
No,
society,
I'm not talking about that as well. No, not
right?
talking about that.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So of
Mm-hmm.
course, movies are getting dumber and dumber. Like the big movies, right? Not the small, but the big movies are getting dumber and dumber because the least you talk about shit, the more people you can reach, right? Because it's for everyone, right? And also there is this culture around it. There is a lot of propaganda about the movies themselves. Like, hey, watching the Marvel movies is a social experience because you can talk to people about them. You can watch all of them. You watch one of them, you can talk. You have to watch the other ones, and you do that with your friends. And like, it's basically propaganda of the experience of watching a big movie itself, right? Same thing happened with Godzilla versus Kong, for example. A lot of people, hey, who do you think will win, Godzilla or Kong? And like that doesn't fucking matter. That's dumb, and that's that's not why you should watch movies. But it's the experience of, hey, let's root with our friends. Let's watch this movie with our friends a lot. Let's root if King Kong or Godzilla are going to win. And those are two monsters. One is a metaphor for fucking war and nuclear bombing and death, and the other is a metaphor for colonialism. And we managed to turn them into popcorn entertainment, right? And people don't remember anymore what they used to mean and the message they used to carry, right? So, like, of course, uh, the movie industry it's fucked, right? So you cannot expect anything from them anymore, right? They will go as far as turn those signs into popcorn, right? These important symbols into popcorn, and but like do you feel like that industry is actually affecting the public education, for example, like lobbying or stuff?
What do you mean?
Yeah,
I don't get.
like because like you're talking about propaganda, right? And like how it's hard because of how costly the movies are, how hard it is to
Okay.
make movies that actually mean anything. But do you feel like that actually prevents people from being critical themselves? Like that makes harder for people to teach how to be critical to kids? I
I
don't know.
I think that this makes. Of course, we have the chat. If someone's agree with me saying that I'm saying bullshit, please say it. But I think that it's really difficult to process, right? Because it's a process to you to like look at something, and I mean, there's a lot of shit that unfortunately we have to we have to carry with us, hard to like just sit and watch a movie, consume something, and just like, oh, okay, this movie is doing this, like this. This is my dogs. Say hi to my dogs
Hi,
because yes,
doggy.
parent house, dogs.
Hi, doggy.
But I think that it's really, really, really difficult. So, like especially with, as we say, like teenagers. People love to say that teenagers are dumb, that teenagers don't have patience, that teenagers are blah 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 blah. Blah. I like to think that when you are teenagers, we're really vulnerable, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and yes, it's a crucial part of your life, like to learn of those stuff, or at least like carry some, não, uma semente, essas coisas, entendeu?
Yeah.
Tipo, a gente tá falando, we are talking about our teachers in the middle school. We are like, I'm turning 25 this year, you
Yes.
know, and I still remember things that my teacher said to me when I was like 15, 10 years ago, right?
Yeah.
Uh, so I think that this really difficult, you know, the communication, the stuff, because how you're gonna sit and say, oh, actually, Marvel movies are, like, are kind of responsible with this. How are we gonna communicate that if we have, this ton of entertainment that is popcorn entertainment, as you said, and etc. etc. And in the same way that we have a lot of people who likes to do bad takes, bad criticism, just to, on clicks and, have money and all that stuff. So I really think that this difficults the stuff, you know. You
It's
have
like it's like competing for the kids' attention.
no,
No?
no, no,
Because like
nah.
if you like have like a YouTuber, for example, like kids love YouTube, right? I love YouTube,
Mm.
and of course there's a lot of good content, right? But of course the majority of the content's not great, right? As with anything, right? The majority is usually not great. And you watch someone like the YouTube Brazilian YouTuber Felipe Neto, for example, Felipe Feto, right? You watch
Right.
him, right? And he said, "Hey, you know what matters? Harry Potter, right?" And and the kid's like, no matter what the teacher can say to the kid, the you I, a YouTuber might have more power, right?
But I mean, you see, we have the entire industry, right? We have the entire industry of movies, right? Like the entire Western industry
Yes.
of movies, of music, of like fashion, of like everything, video game, whatever.
Yes.
right? Everything in the same beat, because imperialism, right?
Yes.
We have the same beat, and then like a guy I don't know where to say, oh, actually, there's this. And you have like another super influential guy who just say, no, Harry Potter. And sometimes you say some good shit as well. You know, I don't know why. I'm saying this through a perspective of a teenager, like sometimes you say that, racism is bad. So I can choose it, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like it's kind of hard, and then I just think, how this is why I say that the question was kind of weird. I don't agree that much with the question, because how how the education system alone can like fight against all that shit, right?
Yes.
Because I mean, for me it's kind of weird to say that, because I mean, no one is safe from imperialism, from all those Western shit, right? I'm not just
Yes.
saying about no bad movies. We're talking about like fascist propaganda and all those heavy stuff. How are we gonna free and fight against that? And how we just lay all this responsibility into the school system, you know because
Yes.
God, the school system has a lot, like a lot. And I I'm not saying that it's not the responsibility as well, to like form, criticize, people, and at least introduce them to this, introduce to some authors, introduce to that. But at the same time, it's difficult when only they are doing that.
Yes.
So this is what I was thinking, something like that. I don't know if I was able to express myself properly,
I
but this is what
understand.
I was thinking.
Oh, and that's the thing that sometimes like makes me question, like, because I remember my teacher being very like, hey, these are the important, because I read Machado when I was on a grown up. I read it last year, right? I read it,
Mhm.
Dom Casmurro, right? And I was like, wait, this guy, this Machado guy, he's awesome, right? But if I read it as a teenager, I would never get it. I would never get it why he's awesome, right? But not because I was dumb, but because the teacher would probably just give me the book and I would have read it, and that's it. Oh, I have to hydrate. Just a second. Let's hydrate and
Let's hydrate.
stretch. Wow.
Please
Let's
take care of your
stretch.
back.
You should do that too. That's everyone's stretch.
Okay, I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
Very important. Wow, I can hear you're drinking the water so good.
You see, I'm drinking it. You can't say otherwise.
Oh my god, that was such a nice sound of go go.
I'm so
No,
sorry,
it's
guys.
Val. It's some lab.
It's me. It's
Value
Sunlab. It's
thinks
me.
you Kaori. I wish Kaori is well. She didn't stream this week, and I think she's kind of bad. I Kaori, if you listen to this, I love you. Get
We
better.
love you,
Like, call me if you want.
coward.
But uh, what are you talking about? Oh yeah, my shadow, right? And I was
Yeah.
like, I went on Twitter, and our friend Clara had to explain to me. I was like, hey, is my shadow being uh 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 satirical bitch the entire time? Is he because this is he being like ironic every time, every second, or
Oh
it's
my
just me, like thinking up stuff, right? Like,
god.
and she was like, no, he's a sassy bitch. He's a sassy bitch all the time, and
Yeah, he
and he's like making fun of high society all the time, and I'm like, fuck yeah, like, and why didn't anyone told me that, right?
oh
I would
sweet.
have I would have read Machado so much earlier if I knew he was a sassy bitch. Such a sassy bitch.
Oh, oh, girl.
See, and I really like. I need confirmation. And Clara came to me. Now, yeah, he's a sassy bitch. And, like, is not. He doesn't believe what he's saying. Not even a little second. Like, it's so fun, right?
I'm starting to think that maybe your teacher isn't that really happy in some class. And maybe, because I remember my teacher saying that like Machado is super sassy. He's super sassy. And he likes the confusion, he likes the chaos, and he's really, really critical. I remember he saying that. But of course, like we have different interpretations and all that stuff. But
Yeah,
anyway,
yeah, but like, and then I got to the conversation because for people that never read this, Dom Casmurro Rizal, it has a situation where the protagonist doesn't know if his wife cheated on him or not, right? And I got so upset because that's the entire conversation people have around that book.
mm-hmm,
Did he cheat on her or not? Right?
mm-hmm,
No, no,
mm-hmm,
I'm no sorry. Did she cheat on him or not? Right?
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And like to me, the book clearly is a criticism about that kind of conversation. Like it's not about it's fucking don't be a asshole that he's an asshole because he cares about that kind of stuff. Like, and people have the exact conversation Machado was criticizing on the entire book, and that's the reason I'm like, and yeah, I remember my teacher coming to class and say, "Oh, the thing about this book is that we never know if she actually cheated on him or not." And now that like my teacher was saying that to me when I was a kid,
Mhm,
and now that I
mhm,
read it, I'm like, "Fucker." The point of the book is that you should not think about this kind of stuff because only high society assholes care about that kind of stuff. And like, fuck. I don't like my teacher. I'm sorry, teacher, if you're seeing this. I'm sorry. You're probably trying your best. You're probably trying your
yeah.
best. Like, being a teacher in Brazil is super hard. It's
Yeah,
so
it's super
hard.
hard. Probably
It's
she
so
was in a
hard.
good phase in her life.
Yeah, and I probably was an asshole too because kids are
Yes,
assholes, right?
because we are all teenagers. We are like,
Yeah. But you're so
little
fucking
shitty.
wrong. You're so fucking wrong, teacher. I'm so sorry. And that's my little Machado rant because I just remember what my teacher used to say and I'm like, no, it's not that the book is about, motherfucker. But
But
yeah,
you see, you see how hard it is.
yeah,
It's like the teacher. Someone who is supposed to like, oh yeah, it's supposed to know about all that stuff, but no, it's a freaking being. Like we can get into anything, unfortunately. Like, oh, but this person's gonna study like 5 years, in a university or whatever.
yes.
Like, unfortunately, this can guarantee anything because, like, because the shit is way, bigger than we imagine, way more influential than we imagine. So, and a lot of other stuff and other, ai, bracinhos da situação, entendeu?
Hmm. Branches.
Blanches,
branches.
a lot of other stuff. So it's kind of complicated, and then you teach your whole, and this happens and happens and happens and happens and happens in a lot of the like classes. Have like, oh, Machado, this is about this shade of like this little desse corno aqui que não sabe se ele é
Yes,
corno de verdade ou não.
yes. And that's it.
Que
That's the book. There's nothing else interesting going on.
sometimes you just want to like connect with your class, try to like, oh, hey, what do you guys think?
Maybe.
Sometimes something like that. Sometimes just like he said, they just don't want to work because it's hard to be a teacher here, and
Yes, yes,
so
totally.
it's, and then you just say, and in like the freaking solution, it's definitely not study Harry Potter instead. It's
Yes,
not like more imperialism, more
yes,
like, oh, let's study, cool stuff, and that's it, right? So
yeah.
it's hard, you
It's
know,
hard.
it's hard.
It really is hard. Like that's why I think at some point I talked about instead of giving the books, giving the tools to analyze the books, right? Because there is a lot of theory of criticism, right? That basically critical theory, right? That it's like, hey, which is like basically a bunch of lenses you have that you can use to look at a book, right?
Mm,
Uh, you can look the book in the sense of what the author think. That's a lens, right? And that's
mhm,
which is like, hey, let's study who the author was and where he lived, his the time he's from, and let's see, try to interpret the book based on that. But there is
mhm,
also the you can interpret like killing the author and just like fuck it. What's important it's what's written, not the circumstances. And you can like just say fuck that. And you can also use the feminist criticism lenses and try to look at the book in the terms of male gaze. And you have like this shit ton of different lenses you can use to look at a book, right? And sometimes I feel like if you teach people that those lenses exist, right, they will know
mm.
what to do with when a book is dropped on their hands.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
yeah, but okay, who is doing this right now? Who is talking a lot of like criticisms, cinema criticism, and all that stuff? YouTubers, right?
Yeah, I mean, technically, they study that on writing school and literature school. Like, you have to go to a university to learn that, right?
As well as new teacher.
Yeah, as well as a
But
teacher, but she probably had to follow a planned thing. She probably had to follow
mm,
like a plan. She probably couldn't just teach me whatever she wanted, right? She probably had to follow something, follow the book they gave her or something, right? And and that's why maybe she didn't teach us that because that's not what she's supposed to teach.
mm,
And that's why sometimes I say like, hey, maybe I don't know, maybe it's the fault of how the educational system is structured because maybe they should be teaching some stuff that they are not, or maybe it was just like my school, right? Maybe other school do teach that. I don't know, because I feel like those things are the important parts. And then you introduce people to Machado and to stuff, and then you ask them to come up with interpretations based on those different lenses. Criticism in schools. Okay, you can you can even go like and hey, let's talk a little bit about postmodernism and just go for meta linguistics and just have because that's super fun for a kid because it's weird and crazy, right? And like I know so many people that got introduced to postmodernism because of Metal Gear Solid 2. You know, and
Incredible.
like that's so
Incredible.
crazy, right? That's so crazy. Like you have to have this weird video game so people can start to think, hey, maybe postmodernism is the thing. And I don't even feel like it's that much postmodern. Like people there is a lot of a bunch of pieces on Metal Gear Solid 2 that they're like, hey, the first postmodern video game. And I'm like, fucking no. What are you talking about? Why do you think it's the first one? Just because people say it's like it's I don't know, like I just feel like we're failing at some point. And I don't know where, but we are totally failing at some point.
Um, wow. I'll try my best. Okay. I try my best as I always try. I I remember that teacher who said that he absolutely hated, you know, apostilla.
Okay, good.
Absolutely
Cool.
hated the like he has to follow a script in his classes. He doesn't have the freedom to teach whatever he wants. I think that when you live, I live in a small city, right?
Mm-hmm.
And here, this was the struggling, right? In another, states and other cities, we sometimes don't even we don't even have like teachers, right? Or even like any material at all to
Okay.
a teacher to just like consult and and teach properly, right? Because this is important, like you give the teacher something that he can consult, he can, like follow if he wants. I think that the problem, at least here in the school that I you know that I
Went
was
to?
that I went, thank you very much, or at least, you know maybe it's the problem from the entire state, I don't know, that you have to follow this, like whatever you want or not, you have to, because the parents want this, because because you have to protect yourself, because if you just go and say whatever, you can be someone can be mad at it and say that you're not teaching properly, that you have to follow the book and all that stuff. We have a lot of problems like that as well, right? Because we have the big tests, we have to enter the university, you have to do all that stuff. But in the same time, it's something that I think that I talked to you one day or something, kind of hard to see, and that Kate as well said it's really hard to have all those big discussions and criticisms and all that stuff into like 3 or 5 guys, white guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or at least, like the majority of the stuff of this discussion are in their heads. So at least that the YouTube say to you, or at least the YouTube seems to be something that is more free and all that stuff than a class, right?
Uh-huh. Yes.
Uh, I still think that it's not that much as well, you know. It's not as free as we thought, you know. And I don't know. For now, I just realized that after I started to write a video, and I was
Oh,
like, how gonna say about that? How gonna explain this or introduce this or say this? Oh my God, it's 40 minutes. Oh my God, it's 50 minutes. Oh my God, it's 1 hour. I don't have another videos. Oh my God, it's like, and I mean, so it's not this free as we thought, you know, like even for the small ones or big ones, it's not like that, right? So I don't know. I think that it is interesting when we see like a big franchise like Metal Gear, you know, being like ousada like this, you know, and like fuck it, postmodernism, yay, and then your fans just like, oh my God, what is this art? Oh, what is this? I have to ask my teacher or whatever. What is it, right? Because I remember asking my teacher. I remember like a little playing in a quest, you know, passing through the Greek stuff and all that stuff, and I was like, teacher, I played a game, and we passed through the city and the city and the city, and it's like that. And I think that it is it is important, you know, as well, the media to be more diverse and more, you know, like this. But what we have now is the monopoly of the media. It's the same
fair.
shit, you know, like dominating, like even the already big ones, you know, like Disney bought Marvel, Disney bought Fox Studios, a lot of shit that existed in the 90s, and now it's the same shit,
Yeah, belongs to
right?
the same person.
You know, like you don't even have like the nuances, the difference between one studio and another. It's all the same shit, right? It's all the same shit. So it's kind of complicated. I don't know if I'm getting. I don't know if I'm being clear. I'm so sorry, guys.
You
I'm so
are.
sorry.
You are. I
But
understand.
you know, it's something like that. You know, that makes me think. You know, like what's the more ousada thing that happened in the big AAA industry? You know, you're gonna say, oh, the buff girl,
No, I
and
don't think Japanese games count because they are way cheaper than Western.
and yeah, I'm
Oh,
saying
the
big
buff.
AAA.
Oh, you're talking the buff girl from Last of Us.
Yes.
Ah, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about the Tekken girl.
No, no, not
Okay,
her.
okay.
But I don't know. I wasn't thinking about her, but I don't know. Maybe she is. You know, she's in this discussion, and I didn't think about her. But anyway, but what do we have? You know, the last year that is
And it's
super.
and it's and it's like that hollow representation because like yeah the girl is buff and the main protagonist is a lesbian but like inside the studio we have stories of abuse of women,
Yeah,
so so you have like
you know.
okay uh-huh I
You see.
see.
So even if you have a little bit of criticism, a little bit of baggage with you in your heart, even if you have this, they just prepare for those, you know, those people. There is a lot of people, of course, and put those superficial stuff, right? That gives a lot of people in the Twitter. At least my Twitter, I see a lot of people say, "Yeah, I'm super happy that The Last of Us, you know, on the shit because." Because both girls, because the nerds are crying right now because lesbians and because both girls, and I was like, bitch, real woman, real woman was abused. Like, fuck you, like what the fuck?
Yeah,
So you
it got
know?
more like it's so crazy that like a few years ago, like I used to got into to get into fights on Twitter because of that kind of shit, right? Because of me wanting more um, representation in games, right? I used to get in fights because of that. But then, but like it evolved in a sense because now that's not enough, right? Because capitalism is so good at turning everything into capitalism, right? So so like it's not enough just to ask for representation. That's hollow now. Now you have to go further and ask if how are the women in your studio. Or recently I saw a trailer for a movie. Maybe you saw it too. A trailer for a movie that really like I think it's Jason Peele, the guy that directed Us and Get Out. Are you
Okay.
familiar with the movies?
I'm familiar with the movies, never watch it, but I'm
So you didn't watch them?
no, I'm afraid of that.
Oh, you should totally watch Get Out. You should watch Get Out so hard. I mean, or maybe you really are going to get afraid of. I don't know. Anyway, good movies made by a black person, made by
Uh-huh.
black people about black trauma, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you have this trailer for a new movie that looks like exactly like Get Out, and people are getting hyped for it. And then I go dig who is making it, and it's white people. It's white people making it. It's white people using the style of Jordan Peele. Yes, Jordan Peele. Thank you, Neko. Jordan is white people using the style of Jordan Peele to sell tickets. Right. So okay, great. Now you're making money with black trauma. So
Oh my god. I can't say I'm surprised.
so like it is weird because like I used to get into fights because of representation, and now like the topic became even more complex because
you know.
because now you have representation, but like at what cost?
No, I mean, no. I don't think it's like that. Like, oh yeah, we have presentation. No, we have a mask. We have a mask. People are
Okay.
like, oh no, boo, boo. With the white ones, no, boo. It can't be everything about us, you know. Not everything. And then they put a mask like, oh, a black guy there. Oh, black guy there. Let's pretend this is a black history, about all that stuff. And the whites are like, yeah, good. And then someone says, oh, this is actually like, uh, you know, oh, I already talked to you about that, but it wasn't in stream. Remember when I complained about aquela série brasileira? Saiu recentemente, que
Which
tem mitos indígenas,
oh
entre aspas.
yes, you talked to me about it. I don't remember the name though. I didn't even know it
I don't
existed
know.
before you talked to me.
Yes, I mean, it's pretty much drama that really, I mean, I remember when I watched
It's
Black
funny because
Beauty.
I got more scared of us than I got from Get Out. But I guess it depends on the person.
Anyway, like, I mean, aside of the terror, because I'm afraid of everything, it is still like a soft topic to me. So
Okay,
I have to go with cautious, I have to go
fair,
like, you know,
fair.
not that much. But in the same time, I mean, but back to the topic. Uh, this is actually what we discussed that day. You have an entire, show made and written by white guys about a thing that isn't white. You know,
Yes.
it's like my dogs. It's like it's enough.
Hi,
from
doggy.
the hey doggy to the it's like it's enough. It's enough for people, like because they don't truly care about it. They aren't like really interested in like. Cara, como que eu falo isso em inglês? Em
I don't
tipo,
know.
em tipo, você ter coisas que de fato não não, tipo, que de fato critica toda essa parada que a gente vive hoje, né? Toda essa parada que, infelizmente, é do sistema que a gente vive e consequências de coisas de
Okay.
centenas de anos atrás e colonialismo, que, tipo, as
Yes.
pessoas não querem isso, entendeu? As
Yeah.
pessoas, tipo, abrancaiada, tudo aí,
But
disso!
wait. But like, that's an old thing, right? Because movies that are like fake movies that are like movies about racism made by white people to win Oscars. It's a very old thing, right?
Yeah,
It's a very old thing. The
yeah,
thing is, I think that got more complex. You know,
yeah,
they got smarter at hiding what they actually are,
I
right?
don't think so. So
Unless
sorry.
it's because I feel like they are succeeding more at because if you show like something like the Green Book for
Mm,
people, uh, then like a lot of white friends I have. I mean, I am
mm,
white, right? So like
mm,
I noticed that the book is bullshit. That the
mm,
movie is bullshit. Like the movie is a movie about racism that's made for white people, right?
mhm,
And by white people, right? So to me, that movie was obvious, and that movie feels like a movie from like a decade ago, right?
mhm, mhm,
But I feel like nowadays the actual attempts are smarter, like again Marvel movies and stuff like that, right? They are smarter at like faking faking that kind of thing. I don't know, but you're talking about a Brazilian show, so I don't know if Brazil got that yet.
No, I mean, I don't think even like as I said, like the playing the the Bridgerton stuff. Like, I mean, I don't even think that they are smarter now. Woo, models, bikes. Yeah. I don't think they are like smarter or anything like that. I think that's something like similar that like in the 60s when you aren't allowed to call a black person the that terrible word
The N world,
but
the
you
N word.
you aren't allowed to say that because now the law doesn't allow that anymore you know and just
Yeah,
like, oh damn, now I just can't say that openly as I use it to do, but dip, it is not that much that changing. It's the same thing that happens now. I don't feel like they are smarter or anything like that. They just like they
when,
just
when I
hide
say
something like that.
when I
What?
say smarter, I mean they got better at being bad.
No,
If you
okay,
make it any
perfect,
sense,
perfect.
like I'm not saying like they got better. I'm saying they are just as
No,
bad. They just
I
fake it.
understand. I understand that. I understand that. I'm just
Okay,
saying that,
just to be
like,
clear, just to be clear.
no, it's fine. It's fine. It's perfect. I'm just saying that there is just like it's just adaptation. It's just a little shit that you have to do to keep gaining money and money and money and keep this shit. It's something that you have to do after like 20 years, 10 years, or something like that. It's pretty normal. It's something that
Yes.
they are used to do it,
Hmm.
right? Like if you ask, I mean, I bet if I sit and I ask some old dude, not me, another person, and ask some old dude, like, just openly, just like, like, oh, the night is like we can do that, but then we have to know that we can't do this anymore. So we have to do that in 2000s, and now we have to do that. But whatever, it's the same old dudes doing the same shit over and over again, and we don't have like change. We don't have real shits going on. I'm not, I'm not feeling I'm being able to express what I'm thinking, but it's
Mm-hmm.
something like that. I don't think that it's something like about being smart, intelligent, or and shit like that. It's just like some moves that eventually you have to do, that aren't that big shit, just enough, right? To the white woke, right?
Yes.
Aspas, bastante aspas. No, just be satisfied, and just go to sleep with peace in her heart, in their
And be
heart.
like, yeah, I like this show that has a lot of representation.
Yeah, I like
Yeah.
this show that have two black characters important.
Yeah.
Not no one. Look at me, I'm so woke. Like a bunch of white people around me, like just love at these two shows that I complained to you the other day. A bunch of them, and they're super woke. They're super wow, yeah, whoa, you're woke, you're blah 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 blah, yeah, and they just love it. And sometimes I feel bad to just sit and say, I don't like this show because of that, and actually, the black community discuss about that and what they're doing and this movement that is it's happening right now. But it's like it since always. They never listen to us.
Yes.
They never listened, right? Like you have nakeds and nakeds and nakeds is the same shit, right? Because and that's it. I mean, I remember that Kate said in some video. I don't remember which video it is, but that she really get she really she really get like mad. Sorry, mad
Mm-hmm.
when like she just realized that some topics it's only important after a white person just say,
Totally.
hey guys, this is important.
Totally.
Hey
Totally.
guys. And she was like, guys, we're saying this for like decades, and then we have to wait until our white shit say, hey, this is important. Let's do this, right? And because and that's it. That's it.
Yeah, but I don't know if it hadn't got better at all, right? Because it's hard to say, right? Because sometimes I want to be a hot optimistic person, right? And I don't know if I should, but sometimes I want to be a optimistic person and be like, hey, stuff is getting better. I sometimes I want to say that, like, hey, Black Panther is directed by a black person, and um, um, Captain Marvel is directed by a female director. Uh, but um, like those are very like singular examples, right? So I don't, or like, hey, Jordan Peele is making money in good movies based on black trauma, right? But I don't know if like it. I mean, of course, it's not enough, right? And maybe it's just confetti, like just like, hey, look, we have this four people here, right? They're part of minorities and not anyone else. I don't know. I like sometimes I want to say like, hey, we're getting better because we have these people now making movies and being successful, and going for Oscars even. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Uh,
Maybe
it's
you're right.
something.
Maybe it's like
No,
just the old same stuff, like repeating and repeating and repeating.
I don't think that it's something that I mean. I think it's important to us to be optimist, right, about some stuff. I think this is healthy, some proportion, right? But I think that being optimist or not optimist is not a question. I think that we have to be vigilant, like,
Fair.
and it's really sucks. It sucks, like it's exhaustive. But I don't feel I have another because this is my pain, the pain from people that I love, that I care for. And I mean, I am happy that okay, today we have this guy, this girl, this they are there, inspiring, another other black people, to produce, to show their voices, show their point of view of stuff and all that stuff, right?
Yes.
But we it's really hard because we always have to be vigilant because this doesn't happen because oh only because they're being estão enfraquecendo, they're being weakened, you know. It's just sometimes they let something like this happen, they just sometimes we still like have to play by the rules, you know.
Okay.
The system is still theirs, it's not ours,
Yes.
you know.
Yes.
Like, oh yeah, Parasite won the Oscar like 2 years ago or something like that.
Yeah.
Now we we don't have like racism and Asian stuff anymore. Like
It's
no,
over.
it's over. Oh, it's way better, right?
No, it's
No, no.
Parasite in particular is so funny because it's basically this movie maker, this director, criticizing the entire like rich people like heavily, right? And like basically like, hey, it's okay to kill rich people because they are parasites, and and then he looks at the crown at the Oscars, and that's all there is there. Like, and people are like clapping and like, fuck yeah, you're making a movie about killing us. Like, it's so fun.
But sometimes,
Like,
like
it's so like dissonant. It's just like just a crazy experience to watch that happen, right? Like, hey, yeah, he's calling us parasites. Yeah, fuck yeah.
but that me and a friend, we discuss it a lot about this movie because we both like it really, really, really much.
It's a good movie.
It's a really good movie, and she tried to discuss this with her cousins, right? Her
Yes.
rich cousins,
Okay.
and they're like, "Oh, I like the movie, but I didn't get it. Like, what is it about? It's like about killing people. Killing people, it's right." I didn't get it. And then my friend was like, "What?" like what? She was like, like kind of paralyzed because she was like, how you didn't get it is like super open in the freaking entire movie. The movie is like it's the test and the in everything. How didn't get it? And you
That
know,
person would think would not understand Machado.
and a whole bunch of others. Like that's it. And that's it. Oh girl. And that's it.
Yeah, it sucks. And yeah,
So,
maybe it's just the problem. Like we are going too far, and society needs more time. Like we are going to get there, but society is very slow, right? It's like society is very low on the taking. So like until people start be like, hey, stuff means stuff, right? Just to loop the conversation a little bit. I think it's going to take time, right? And a lot of suffering because the more we wait, the more people suffer. But sadly, I feel like that. Right? We're going to get there. People are going to start to understand. I mean, unless fascism becomes the norm and all, but like eventually people are going to get that kind of stuff. But right now, like for example, I wasn't even that mad at Godzilla vs Kong, right? And then I said it out loud here with you right now, right? I said it out loud, like, hey, it's they commercialized two serious topics to just to make money, right? It's so bad. It's so different. But like I had the notion that that was what was happening, right? And I didn't like it. But then you say it out loud, it's just so depressing, right? And I don't know. Uh, I will need to take a break. Not because of my back. My back's amazing. I'm not feeling anything. My arms are okay. My arms are okay, people. But I need to go to the bathroom. Like I'm exploding here. Just, just a second, okay? Or
That's fine.
okay.
Please take your time. Don't force your
Yeah,
back. Please.
yeah. I'm just going to the bathroom and I'm be right back. Okay.
That's
If you
fine.
want to entertain the people, feel
I will
free.
not. I will not.
So
I will not
put
here.
the be right back screen then.
Nice.
So be right back. Amigo do meu time morreu. Tá aí. Amigo do meu time morreu de Covid. Tá bom. Acontece. Amigo, 4 mil por dia acontece. Acontece. Ah, meu áudio, meu microfone tá ligado. Olá, hello people. I thought I had turned off my microphone. I didn't. Um, yeah, sad stuff. Sad stuff. COVID. Sad stuff. I'm hydrating. I got a cake. say hi to Wiz. Oh my god, how dare you? How dare you not to say hi to Dwiz? Dwiz Atman is his name. Dwiz Atman is his name. Say with me, Dwiz Atman. I think that's how you say it, you pronounce it. It's hard. I'm so sorry, but names from other countries are so hard to pronounce. Usually, they are. Like I wonder, like how many Japanese game developers' name I fucked up over my entire life, right? Oh, can only hear me? Oh no. Val is talking to you. Let me talk to him, Val. Val was saying hi to you.
Oh my god, it just silenced me
I'm
like
so
that.
sorry.
Little
I'm
bit.
so sorry. Now you can now he can hear.
Como How you dare? How dare you?
She was talking to you with Wiz. I'm sorry. I was saying like, hey, his name is this. I'm so sorry. I'm very bad at managing the audio on my streams.
No.
Yeah, you know I am.
You're doing a good job. Stop it. You just tried to silence me today, but that's
No.
fine. You know? It's okay.
Oh no.
So hi Wes, hi Anne, please. When I said hi earlier, uh, I was silenced, so I just repeat myself. Hi guys, how you guys are going?
Yay.
My mom just bought me tartalandesa.
Oh really? Pie. Okay. It's like how do you say Hollanda in English? Is it
Um,
Swiss? I
it's something like uh,
Dutch?
Netherlands. Netherlands?
Netherlands? Is that
No,
is Netherlands
here in
Hollanda?
Brazil. Yeah, it is. Oh,
Is
I
it,
know.
oh, it's
Zola,
Holland. Is it Holland? Is Holland a
the
country?
Holland. Holland.
As Holland, no, it's an eight, so it's Holland, right? I know it sounds like penis in Portuguese, but it's a Holland, right?
Yeah. I mean, here in Brazil, we have a sweet
Oh, Holland's another
dessert.
name for Netherlands. So you're both right.
See, thank you, as such a smart guy. But I mean, here in Brazil, we have a dessert. This, we have a thing that
Dessert.
is sweet that looks like a pie. We have like biscuits, cookies in the base, and then you have like a vanilla thing, and then you have like chocolate on the top. A layer of vanilla cream and another layer of like chocolate. Things that was invented in Campinas, São Paulo.
Oh yeah, was
Yes,
invented there. Why do people call it Holland pie?
I have no idea because
It's Brazilian. Okay.
yeah, it's 100% Brazilian, but you name it after Netherlands. But super
Whoa,
good.
okay. The Netherlands pie is a Brazilian pie. Okay.
It's a Brazilian Paulista pie.
Wow.
Wow, I know.
Brazil sucks at
I love.
names.
Yeah, sometimes Brazil it's really bad. Like you can name it. I don't know. If you invented a sweet, how gonna name it?
I would because I'm a gamer, so
I'm
uh
a gamer. I'm an
I would
artist.
give it a name that's like the HyperPie 2000 RGB, something like that. I think it's appropriate. Um,
I absolutely love it. His name. It's
right?
nice.
The HyperPie, right? The Ford Pie. in homage to my favorite game, Fortnite, the Fort Pie.
The
Oh no. Or just give my name, right? The Nini Pie, the Nini cake.
mini pie, yeah. It's gonna be cute.
See, my recipe for a cake, it's mine, and I will call it the Nini cake now. It's
Mini cake, it's
the
cute.
Nini cake
Oh,
and the Nini cheese bread.
the pão de queijo da Nini.
Exactly.
Cute. That's really cute. I like it. I like it.
Mm-hmm. Very tasty.
Very tasty.
Fuck, I have to.
Guys,
I'm kind of competing with my mom right now because since my back is broke, she's the one making the cake. And like her cake is good. I have to become better. I have to improve my cake abilities to surpass her.
I trust in your abilities. You're gonna do it. You're gonna make it. I know. In the next years, your
Mm,
cake gonna be the reference in the city.
the
Your
master
cake.
caker.
The best cake.
You're going to say something?
No, I was just appreciating your character.
Yeah, I was going to ask what you think about her skin and stuff. If it's fine, it's not. Had some changes you would make. Do you want me to
With
zoom? Maybe I should zoom in like a little bit.
it's fine, it's fine. With saying that we have to perfect the craft.
It's up to the kids. Let's go.
You know that this is why we
Oh,
have kids.
oh yeah, that's totally true because my mom tells me that like my grandma used to like be a master cooker. She used to be like the best one, and now like she's so bad. Like oh, she used to. My mom is like she used to be very good, but now she's trash. But believe me, she used to be very good.
I
So
see.
I
I
guess
see.
they will lose their touch. That's why you have to learn every recipe, right? You have to learn every recipe from your parents before they become too old to make them.
Oh God, we are fucking. I hate to cook. Oh my God.
I'm lazy,
I
but it's fun. Come on.
Girl, I just left like the do centro de saúde like
Yes.
1 p.m. and I arrived in my home like almost 2 p.m. How if if I am like doing a lot of stuff, lot of stuff, I know like barely sitting for one moment or two. I'm gonna cook.
No,
I'm gonna cook. I'm dead. I'm
that I
dead.
understand. You come from work and you're super tired, so you don't. You are just like, no, I don't fucking want to cook right now. So of course, like what we usually do here, for example, is to make a lot of food that you can put on the fridge and just warm it up every day. Right? You put like rice is something that you can just make a bunch of rice and just like warm it up. Um, um, chicken, it's something you can do that. Right? Just warm. You're lazy. Just pick some chicken up from the fridge and warm it up, and that's it. Right. Chicken. I think chicken and rice are the master. Yes, and beans. Beans are also like chicken, rice, and beans are the thing you stuff you do, and eggs. But eggs like because eggs are easy to do anytime. Eggs are like
It's
delicious and
super.
very easy to make.
Yeah, and you can make them like a lot of different ways.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, fish.
Oh, fish.
Unfortunately,
Really
I
interesting.
don't live near the sea, so I don't see fish that much. And I'm really sad for this, unfortunately.
Is fish pricey? Because I don't. I'm not a big fan of fish, unless it's sushi. So
Girl,
Is fish pricey? Is it
if your
hard?
fish, if your fish is not like tilapia
Uh huh.
or like fish from, from like not sea things, it's pricey. Yeah, it
Okay.
is kind of pricey since we're not near the ocean. At least I'm not near the ocean. But yes, pricier than chicken here as well.
Okay. Makes sense. Makes sense. It's harder to get, right? So I guess it would be pricier.
Yeah, then our fish comes from Chile because Chile has like a cold stream. We don't have cold stream in Brazil. You only have like
Oh, okay.
warm stream.
So yeah, because just to explain, like we
Oh,
Brazil faces the Atlantic Ocean, and all our fishes come from the Pacific Ocean, so we have to import from other countries.
you see, Amplis live in you live in the state of Amazon, right? He lives in the state of Amazon. Like you have a lot of rivers,
Oh, really? I didn't know.
so you have a lot of fish. So yeah, fish it's cheap. But
Okay,
like
yeah.
if you want to fish from the ocean or something
And
like that, it's kind
I
of more.
sincerely prefer fishes from the river than I prefer than fishes from the ocean. Like I don't know if that's a
Hi.
normal thing, but like every time I ate like a fish from a river, I liked it more than a fish from the ocean. Unless it's sushi.
Maybe, maybe because the fish from the river fresh, ocean is
But what? You're talking weird.
maybe because the fish from the river, it's like fresh. You just get it right. Oh, ocean fishes are salty. They're saying that.
I don't know. Some ocean fishes have a weird taste, but only some of them that people here call marisia. But so every time you find like, but it's completely random when that taste shows up, and it's so bad. It's a specific problem that shows only sometimes in sea fish that they have a specific taste that it's not okay,
Not
and
good. Mm.
nobody ever explained me what the fuck that is. But sometimes you eat a sea fish, and it comes like a taste that is not okay, and you're like, "Ugh."
And please just saying that you have two strings in
Oh
sync
my
mode. I'm
god.
not gonna do that.
But I have to. I have to. So
You have
I'm
to.
sorry, but
So
I will speak singing right now for how many minutes? I don't know. Let's say 3 because I'm speaking to my friend.
you have to check the rules here because you're not following any of them.
Oh my god,
Let
I
me
should
see.
follow. Let's see the
5 minutes.
rules. 5 minutes. Jesus
Mhm.
Christ. Oh no. Okay, let's count then. Let's count the minutes I have to sing and speak. Sing and speak. Sing and speak. Okay.
I love it.
Thank
You're
you.
born for this.
Thank you. My beautiful voice. But again, what do you think of my painting of her skin? Do you have any complaints? Don't
With the
stop me
request, I
now.
think that he. Yeah, you go, girl.
No,
I'll be quiet. Just
I
eating
get
my.
banned. I get banned if I sing songs that exist. So I can only sing a little. Don't stop me now. Don't stop. That's it. That's it. That's all I can
That's
sing.
it, guys. That's how I can. Oh my god, I wasn't aware that even like if you sing the song, if you sing the song, Twitch are gonna be, like that.
Yeah. Apparently, it's because they like let a lot of people do that on Twitch. So there was a lot of illegal channels streaming music, right? And they waited so much to do something that now no one can do anything. Also, like My last Metal Gear stream is muted because they thought there was a song there.
Ah, just because you have a song with lyrics in the end
No,
of the
it's not
credits.
even that. They failed. They thought like the Bomberman music was some rap music.
My God, the bot is dumb.
Yeah, it's very dumb. Oh, I do save the VODs. I do save the VODs. I have to, so I can export them to YouTube.
What?
Have you never seen my other videos? You can see my baby videos if you want on Twitch. Yes, I save every one of the videos. Also on YouTube, but
Yeah,
I forgot
my
to
OBS
save.
do that as well. Strange.
Oh
Same
yeah, but
here.
recording and streaming at the same time takes a lot of resources for your computer. So I prefer to use Twitch.
Ah, I
I
see.
prefer to use Twitch. Right? Because I play games that are very hard on my graphics card. So
I see, baby. I see.
you prefer to use me. Use you. Why? I. It's not like I like you or anything, Babaka. I don't want to use your body. I stopped drawing.
I see, bitch.
My friend doesn't tell me what she thinks of my drawing.
What?
No, no Babakas. Please, Babakas. It's funny because Baka and Babaca is like words in Portuguese that actually mean exactly the same thing, I think.
This is. I just say this like I'm studying French right now. Unfortunately, I'm studying French because
Good.
I want to understand Diop and M. Césaire. I just know understand how to pronounce his name. I'm so sorry, M. Césaire, for saying your name like shit in the other tides. Please forgive me. But like I just say to the teacher, girl, like I was having, less trouble pronouncing things in Japanese than in French because French you have to
Totally.
and
Totally.
and I was
Yes.
like,
And that's what I love about it because it's so weird to speak French. Like you don't say like just oh you do it. You do it. Like you do it.
so weird, and it was like, it's so. I was like, Jesus, in Japanese, and she was like, "Oh no, stop it!" I was like, "Yes, like Japanese. If you read ka, it's ka. Like in Portuguese, ka, ba. Like shigeru, shigeru. Entendeu? Pronto,
It
acabou.
yes, yes, yes.
Pronto não, é pronto.
Pronto.
Pronto. You don't have pru. And like in Japanese, you don't have pra. In French, you have to say like pro, pro. Terrible, terrible. What? No, that's it. That's
You
me
have to have
complaining about.
something in your throat. You have to.
It's terrible. It sounds so impolite. I'm a really polite girl.
Oh, I really have fun.
Maybe Japanese
Y-
is Nini. Kind of
Yes,
cute.
amazing.
Amazing. Nini's
but like,
backyards. And Nini,
I really have fun with that part of language, which is like learning sounds that you don't use in Portuguese, right? My favorite part about English was learning how to say ph and th, right?
H,
Because the th like the right. That's a word.
the,
That's a sound. The right. You have to
the,
put
with the,
your tongue on your teeth to pronounce.
mm,
Like that sound doesn't
mm,
exist in Portuguese, right?
Mm-hmm.
thinking and stuff like that. So
Mm-hmm.
to me, that's so fun. That's so fun. Like learning new sounds. It's so fun.
Yeah, but imagine there's like 2,000 days, you know. It's it's kind of annoying. I don't know. I don't know. But
Oh, you just hate Europeans.
yes, I think it's something like that. Maybe something like that. Just hate friends. Maybe. But anyway, you know, that's it.
uh, it's so fun. I don't
That's
know.
it. That's it.
That that's a thing that I like. I wish I could do more. I wish I have the money to. It's to learn a shit ton of languages because I just love learning languages. It's so fun to me at least.
No, it is. It is. I think that like I think that at least to me, like when you do a legal free
Oh, but it's not the same.
question,
It is not the same. It doesn't work.
I tried one day to learn Arabic. This is how we say
Really?
Arab in
I th-
Duolingo,
I
and
think
it
it's
was
Arabic.
disaster. What?
But like
It's Arabic.
you choose like the hardest language ever.
Ah, it's not like that. They say they have a lot of similarities between it's Spain and Arab, and it was like, oh, we have a lot of similarities to Spain, to Spain, to
Spanish.
Spanish. I'm
Okay.
sorry, to
Okay.
Spanish. You know, so if we have, and they have, maybe we have some similarities, right? And
Okay.
I really like the letters because the letters look like jewels. Like it's so pretty.
They
And
are.
I was like, I have to learn this language, and it was a disaster. But I think that this is the nice part of like learning a new language. Like if a teacher and all that shit, it's that you learn a lot about the culture, and all that stuff. Like I
Totally.
remember, I remember teachers saying that like the word for wife and like amante was different. Oh, hello, bot. That was different in
Wow.
Japanese. Like amante was like person, uh, person more like love, and wife was something like the person who was in the back of the house. You know,
Oh, okay.
and the same time, like in Portuguese as well. Like oh, if you have like one thing that is male in a sentence, even if everything is female, right?
Yes.
Everything has to be male because of this one, and a lot of other stuff like that. And I don't know. I think this is interesting, And now I only have 2 classes of French because I'm really slow, and I'll take 2 classes to just understand what's going on in lesson 0.
Okay.
So, but I think that we're gonna see. We're gonna see.
I'm gonna send you the podcast I used to learn French because I think it helps. I don't know. Maybe it's going to help. uh
I follow like Leah, the Yu-Gi-Oh girl, Yu-Gi-Oh person. So sorry.
huh.
Uh,
Oh yeah,
I
she's
follow.
French.
She's sometimes tweeting French, but he tweets some accounts that speaks in French, and I just follow like a manga thing, like make
Okay.
letters in manga. It's like,
Fair.
oh, this is good. This is good. Let's just see the news here. Just
Okay.
the same shit. That's it.
I'm gonna say this. I think you in no time are going to start to understand what's written there. French is not. French feels very hard in the beginning, right? But it's not that hard to read and understand something on Twitter.
Um,
I mean, you're starting just now. I'm just like, I think you are going to understand something soon. The problem is forming sentences because it's as complicated as it is in Portuguese to form sentences with verbs and different conjugations. That's the hard part,
yeah, I imagine. The
right?
worst is
Because
just coming.
the English barely has any like. What did I just say? I forgot the thing I just said.
You
Uh,
said that like, oh, we have a lot of different conjugations.
Conjugations, yes, conjugations. English doesn't barely has any conjugations for anything, right? But Portuguese and
But
French and
even
Spanish.
that, it took me like years to learn.
Oh
So,
yeah, oh yeah, totally, totally, totally. But I think the second language we learn, the third, in fact, the third language we learn, it's easier. I have that suspicion.
okay, messed
I
up
have
language.
faith on you. That's what I'm telling you, Val. I have faith that you're going to pick up French like super, super okay.
You're an angel. I don't believe in myself, but this is gonna be fun. You're gonna be here.
Believe in yourself.
Sometimes it's hard.
Nah, sucks to be you. You see, because he believes in you, Val.
You both are too. I love you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's it.
You're going to do great.
But that's it.
Greatest French speaker I ever
Greatest French
heard.
speaker ever.
You're going to
Gonna
keep reading.
finally, gonna finally be able to read the Yu-Gi-Oh manga in 3 different
Fuck yeah.
languages. That's really important
You're going to
because
be able
yes,
you're going to be able to hit on Leia.
yes, and because we heard in French as well.
See? It's like, hey honey, I heard you like Yu-Gi-Oh.
Hey, honey. Hey, honey. But that's it. I think I'm going for now.
Okay.
I think I speak for enough time,
Okay.
and I have to say that I was missing invading your stream. You know
Missing
what?
what? Oh no, feel free. The only rule now is that you have to speak English because now it's a professional stream. You see this
Oh, I
professionalism.
see. Okay, if I speak in Portuguese, it's gonna be banned.
I'm going to ban you if you speak in Portuguese.
Oh
That's
my
the
God,
rule
you're
now
so mean.
from my
You're so
life.
mean. Oh my, for your life. A little stream, but it's fine. It's fine. I guess. But I'm going later. We can talk about your beautiful, beautiful character.
I wanted
You
to. So I want before you go, just tell me it's okay what you think about the
know,
painting, not only the care, the painting, because I want to learn what you think about the
the
painting.
painting, but you want since I'm not an artist, I'm feeling the passion here.
No, but not like the technique. Like I'm talking about like what do you think about her skin? What do you think like? Do you feel like it's okay? Do you feel like it's not? Do you feel like it's unrealistic? I want feedback.
I prefer to talk this later because I'm feeling
Okay.
kind of exposing
What?
and say a lot of if I say some bullshit.
Okay. Just side. Fair, fair, fair.
I don't say bullshit, right? That's it. But I really like her. I really like you.
Yeah.
Bless you both. So that's it. Kisses are gonna be
Kisses.
back to the to the chat. Bye.
Have fun.
Bye.
Kisses. So, it's because the scene is actually this, right? She's like putting her hands on this wall here. There's a wall here, right? Not that I'm going to actually paint this entire scene, right? But because I just took this random doodle I did and started painting it because I'm having a lot of fun rendering skin right now, right? Like I've been rendering skin, right? So now I'm like, hey, I want to paint more. I'm kind of tired of just drawing, so I'm painting and I am rendering skin colors and stuff. So I don't know if I will actually paint this entire piece, but at least her, I'm going to paint her, and she's an OC, and so it's fun for me to paint something that once only existed in my head, right? Oh, the stream is late there. Oh no. Openly communist just because she's wearing red. I mean, she is a communist, but uh, holiday. Like it's funny because I was talking about how like oh openly communist. Oh, that's nice joke. But it actually fits, right? Because of course she's openly communist. Of course, it's my character. Of course she's openly communist. Like what do you guys think of me? Yeah, exactly. But it's really funny now that I'm looking at her with a red jacket. Like Jesus, this is such a character that I created when I was a teenager. Her jacket, like I had a couple of jackets exactly like this one. Like I had jackets like this one. It's so me, this jacket. Like Jesus Christ, such a teenager me character. Because of course, I don't know if you guys know, but there's nothing cooler than a red jacket for a teenager. Nothing cooler than a red jacket. I mean, Camille knew that and put Dante in a red jacket. Camille understands me. He understands the red jacket potential. Let's put some highlights. Exactly. I think that's a fair assessment. So close yet too far. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I think that's a fair assessment of my tastes. It's Camille, but not quite. Not quite. Like and like the shape of the jacket, it's totally like what Leon uses in in Resident Evil 4, right? I love like short jackets. Jackets that like you wear and are too small for you, right? I love that, right? Jackets that are too small for you and they kind of show you a little bit of your belly. Like that's so cool. Rock Howard from Garou, Mark of the Wolves. Rock Howard is totally an aesthetic for a teenager me. God bless Rock. I don't think he's cute. He's not my type, just so people know, right? Because you people love the ships, but uh the jacket is amazing. The Attack on Titan jackets. Oh yeah, but But I think the context of those jackets are kind of boring. They feel like a little bit militaristic and boring. But technically, I do like that. I like the cut of the jackets, but the context kind of make them weaker. But like, I totally understand why they have that kind of a jacket, right? Because I feel like for animation and character design in general, it's super cool to have a character that have like a jacket, right? And a jacket, right? And then like there is this space between the legs and the jacket. I think that animates super well and tells super well like the action the character is doing and where the character is facing. So having like a space between the jacket and the legs and the pants are animate super well. So in terms of character design, I super like recommend it. Bo from Shira. Put some highlights on this jacket. Go. The wings on the back of on Rock Howard. Yes, it's kind of cool, especially when he uses the powers he has. Oh no, I painted the wrong layer. Or did I? No, I didn't. What the fuck is this layer over here? I don't know, but it works, so fine. I don't know who Hawk Howard is. Oh, it's from King of Fighters. It's a character, fighting game character, Rock Howard. If you want to look at a pretty blonde boy, it's from King of Fighters with a cool jacket with wings and stuff. It's Rock Howard. Word layers. Let's curves. Let's blacken it a little bit. Yeah, it's fine. Now let's go here and create a color layer. Color layers, they don't affect the hue. I'm sorry, the value of the what's below it, right? So what's dark will continue to be as dark as it is, and what's light will continue to be as light as it is. So in the if I make this layer in the color mode, like over here is in color, I can pick a like bright blue and go over it, and like it's still going to have the same value, the same like dark value. And like that, I'll make the shadows a little bit like more interesting by adding some blue to it. Let's see how it looks. Don't like it. Or maybe I should make it like lighter color. Yes, lighter color makes it a little better. Okay, let's go. There's one more layer. Um, overlay. No, let's go for color again and just create a more interesting degradé with just little blues here, just under there. And then I get some reds, just like put pass some reds here. And now let's see with it, without with it. Okay, now it's more dynamic, the way we want. Like talking about colors and changing the colors of a piece. Sometimes I feel like I'm a crazy person because some changes I make are so small. Some changes I make are so goddamn small. And I wonder if people think I'm crazy when I'm doing them. They're like, okay, what the fuck did you actually change? Like, I didn't see any change. I really don't like, now that I feel look at it, I really don't like the color of the jacket anymore. I really, I know it's a little bit too late, but there's something wrong with the color of the jacket. Let's see if I can change it a little bit. Maybe I should make it more um, saturated. Hmm. Don't know. Really don't know. Like this is a cool shade of red, but is it too much? Is it too much? I think it's cool. It's something to take your eyes to. No, it's not too much. Okay, so there it is. It's something to guide your eyes to her. It's like, hey, fucking bright red colors. Just like bam, fucking blood colors on her jacket. Fucking bright colors on her jacket. Yeah. I should put some marks on her face that nobody's going to see, but like just so she has some like her face is too smooth. It's telling Akira also is very cool. Like Akira, like cool. You see how many cool red jackets there are in fiction? So many cool red jackets. How does a kid not how does the kid not fall in love with red jackets when every cool thing is use a red jacket? Let's put like some whiskers. Let's see without with it. Nobody's going to fucking notice what I just did. Who else? Dante Housing, yes. Edward Elric, yes. His coat is cool. Antibiotics cold is cold. Um, but yeah, like Laura Goff from the Sims 2. Oh, like which character is that? Let me take a look. I want to take a look at this Sims character now. Laura Goff, The Sims 2. Oh, it's really not a jacket, but you get the color is very bright. It's a very bright red, so it's a femme fatale kind of jacket. Yeah, the red color. I think the red color is the color that it's easier for kids to like because it's very bright. It's very in your face, right? So like when a says to me, "Hey, my favorite color is red," I totally understand because that was my favorite color too, right? It still is to some extent because red is just like this look at me color, right? Like this fucking my look at me, right? Yeah, like the red Power Rangers, Wonder Red, um, anything like red is such a look at me color, like just like power, right? Nowadays, I favor all the colors, but yellow. I don't like yellow. I'm sorry for yellow fans. I use it because I have to, right? Because there is a lot of yellow in our skins. But I'm not a yellow fan myself. But nowadays, I'm a very fan of the colors between blue and red. The colors between blue and red are, to me, the best colors. Right, the colors between blue and red are amazing to me. There, sometimes I want to make drawings with just those colors. Right, between light blue and red, between cyan and red, I would say. Before red becomes orange, cerulean. Which is the cerulean blue? Is it more the light side of the or the dark side? Is it closer to the green or the purple, the pink? You can see like the circle here, close to the shovel night blue. Oh, okay, okay, okay. I see. I see. Cyan with a little more green. Okay. Wait, green? Are you sure? I thought Shovel Knight was cyan with a little more blue. Like over here. Just a little like more like a saturation like this. Where can I paint this? Like this. So Shovel Knight's like this but less saturated, I think. Like no, maybe darker? Yeah, like this. This is Shovel Knight, I think. It's very funny to do that sometimes. Like, woo, all the shading is gone. I should paint her hair. Her hair is not fun. I should do something to her hair eventually. I tried a bunch of hair. I tried a bunch of haircuts on her. So one more modern, yeah, right, to just put do stuff like that, right? But I tried a bunch of haircuts, some more modern, more punky haircuts, and this one is very normal, right? I could paint her hair purple. Never paint. I always thought of her as having a, black hair, but I could make it more purplish. Just because this purple goes super well with this red. Maybe a grayish purple. Gray sides. Not bad actually. She is quite old, although she doesn't look like it. Or green super dark. Let's try green. Green. Okay, this is not very dark at all. It's super dark. Nah, I'm not a big fan of green. Not a big fan of green. How old? Never decided how old she is. Never decided exactly how old she is. Because it's like the future, right? So like the concept of dying soon, dying early is like gone. Like most people are actually robots, and like have robot parts inside of them. So the concept of dying of age is more like for the poor people or like um and like it's very dumb, and I'm sorry to say that, right? Because I created this character when I was a teenager, so I'm sorry. Okay, but she's supposed to be the god of art, right? She's supposed to be the god of art in a world that doesn't care about art anymore, right? Because the universe is dying. So instead of being the god of art, she has to be to earn a living being a bounty hunter, but she's the god of art, right? Because it's a little bit of a stupid idea, right? But she's the incarnation of art, and the ironic part is that she cannot show her artistic side, right? And she has a girlfriend that's an artist, right? So right. So it's all like it's basically she's the incarnation of art doing an art block, trying to earn some money to live. So she has to make some money, so she loses the art self, her art self, but she's an incarnation of art. And gods are period. I don't think she knows how old she is. I think she just popped up into reality. Yeah, little god, like literally, hey, just I want a reason to have powerful. I remember like I created her to sleep, right? Because I like to create stories to sleep, to fall asleep. And I created her to be like, hey, which setting would be great so I can tell any story I want? Space. How far into the future? A fucking light. Like stars are dying all over the place, right? Before I play Outer Wilds, by the way. And like we don't even know where Earth is anymore, right? So anything can happen. And why does she why is she so special? Why is she so resilient? Oh, she's a god. Fuck it. That's why. That's why she is the person she is. Finding teenagers finding easy solution for their narrative problems. I'm going to with the purple because this purple is going to get darker. It's going to get basically black over time. Like Nomura, yes. Although I think Nomura doesn't put any, not even that amount of work. Like I really don't think Nomura puts a lot of work in anything he does. Or maybe he does. Maybe he actually does put work. It's just extremely bad. Like wow, bad. Like wow. Like I really hope now that like all the games are on PC, people play them and like some haters start to show up. Like after playing Kingdom Hearts 1 and talking to Val about it, about the games in the future, I'm kind of I'm kind of like feeling that I just hate the guy. I just hate his work. So and he's in need of some haters. Yeah, but like I don't know, like if I want gameplay, I'm gonna play like Bayonetta. Not gonna play Kingdom Hearts. But you see, eventually I will play Kingdom Hearts 2 though. I will play Kingdom Hearts 2 eventually. It's like it's going to take a while because I need to heal. Kingdom Hearts 1 was so bad that I need to heal, right? I need to heal from the experience that what Kingdom Hearts 1. So once I'm healed, I'm going to when Nikki starts fighting. Yeah, I will see. I will see. Oh boy, Nick fighting. Nikki fighting. Meek fight. It topless. It's like it's weird because the Kingdom Hearts streams happen like with the Metal Gear streams, and I had so much fun with the Metal Gear stream. Like it was such an opposite, like such a hard opposite of an experience. Are you gonna play the between games? Only if they are for PC. If the between games are on PC, I'm gonna play them. Right? But again, that's going to take a while. Yeah, the last Kingdom, the two final Kingdom Hearts streams, uh, they were very traumatic. They were very bad to play. Not gonna lie. Everything is on PC, so I guess I'm gonna try. Right? I don't know if I should though. Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know if I should. Maybe I should just play one, two, three. Maybe I should play just one, two, three. Like the same way, like I'm thinking on playing the Metal Gear games, but I'm going to skip Metal Gear 5 and Peace Walker because I don't want to suffer, right? Like one thing is a game being bad, like Metal Gear 4 is. It's a bad game. Metal Gear 4 is not a bad game, but 5 and Peace Walker make me mad, and I don't want to be mad. I want to have a good time. Okay, I'm going to play just 1, 2, and 3 then. I'm going to play 1, 2, and 3 right next. If I like them enough, I'll try more. Right? Since the first one was so traumatic, I'm going to try to play the most normal one, the more normal ones. And if the normal ones convince me that the series is worth playing in its entirety, then I'm gonna go back and play DDD, Birth by Sleep and stuff. I think that's the safest approach to the series. Is like, hey, the first one is super bad and traumatized me. Let's play the ones that are supposed to be good, and if I'm charmed enough, I'm gonna play the rest. I feel like I did a poor job before here. 20 characters. Tweewee? Tweewee characters? What, that game, that RPG game that people love? The world ends with you? Is there the world ends with you characters in Kingdom Hearts? Is that what I'm getting? Oh no, I pressed the wrong button here. Oh wait. My chat stopped working. I was looking at the chat and nothing. Let me look at my cell phone. Um, there are cute spirits you can have as sidekicks. You can make her hair more curly. The world ends with you. Yes, I hate the spirits. But yes, the blonde I showed you is from that game. Really? There's the world ends with you characters in Kingdom Hearts. That's a game that I need to play eventually. People say maybe. I mean, the people I know that love the when the world ends with you also love Kingdom Hearts. So I'm gonna bet. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm gonna bet that the world ends with you is trash. I'm gonna bet. I'm probably wrong, but since the people I know that love Kingdom Hearts also love the world ends with you, I'm gonna bet it's a terrible game. Do you have a DS? No, I don't. I had to play like the mobile version or emulate it, or buy it on Switch for my Switch. Yahtzee liked it. Okay, okay. I don't agree with a lot of his views, but if he liked an RPG, maybe it's okay. Yes, I know. I know. I know, Val. I know who you're talking about. Wait, is the other version so bad that they are not worthy even playing? Really? Not even a cell phone version? Felt like the cell phone version was a good version because it made sense or something. All the possibilities of the DS, like it has a microphone. Okay, but is the game only good because of that? Interesting. So maybe it is a bad game because like hey, the gameplay is fun, but like the story's trash again. There's a trashy characters and stuff. I mean, the art and soundtrack of Kingdom Hearts is also very good, but okay. I'll give it a try. I'll give it a try. Maybe not on stream. I think I play on my own. I think I'm playing on my own. I like that like Japanese streetwise style, you know? Japanese people trying the streetwise aesthetic. Usually it's very good. Gels 2000s. Okay. Interesting. Oh, you know what I should do? I should go to the line layer and make a clipping mask to the lines and just do something crazy like this. That makes good coffee making. Oh, this looks terrible when I do it. This looks absolutely terrible. I mean, not that terrible, in fact. That's. But if I do this, yeah, 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 yeah. Could be better. Could be better. Could be better. I'm proud of her belly. I think I'm getting good at drawing bellies. I'm proud of a belly. It's a good belly. Let me take a look. Oh, I see. I see. I don't like the hat, but everything aside from the hat is something that I would use. I don't like hats. I'm going to say that straight up. Don't like hats, especially that kind of hat. Unless like it's a witch hat, I don't care. I would totally wear a big hat. The witch hat? Oh, totally. But like the small hats, right? The caps, not into them. Too masculine for me. I'm too much of a princess to use them. Let's go. What's the color of her shirt? I don't know. Is it white? Is it black? Is it black? Do you have a black shirt, sir? Oh my god, this is such a look that I had. Jesus, I just used to wear this. Like before the quarantine, even. This exactly look. This is me. Beige. That's right. I know you were joking, but that's right. No, the self insert is actually the other character. It's her girlfriend. Her girlfriend is the self insert. It's the lady. Hey, do you guys get now why the self insert doesn't have legs and a arm? The self insert has robot legs and a robot arm. Do you guys get now? Cause I don't. Cause I barely have them. Cause I barely have them. Cause barely have them myself. deep, very, very deep, very, very deep. Very deep. Let's just throw some colors in the pants, just so she has pants. Which color should be the pants? More black? I mean, this is a look. Hey, wait, does she look like a character from Voltron? She kind of looks like a character from Voltron now, with these colors. This is weird. It's weird to remember of Voltron of all things. I don't even like Voltron. Only crazy people like Voltron. What's his name? Keith? She look like Keith with these colors? Like the jacket? I legit don't know which color should I give her. Everything else. Yes, you are crazy. You are my crazy friend that likes Voltron. My crazy Voltron friend. I don't like anything. Red, yellow, and blue, the pound flag. See? It's all on purpose. An edgy version of the pan flag. Here it is, folks. See, she's so styling. Like, but for real, there is a problem with her design is that nowadays I like accessories, you know? I like accessories nowadays. I love accessories. And she doesn't have any. She doesn't have any accessory. So I think that if nowadays I draw her, right? Are you sure you want the character to look like Keith? I don't know. I don't know who Keith like how Keith is. I just like I just think it fits her a little bit. But like I love bracelets, I love chokers, I love rings, I love gloves, I love like fishnets. I love the goth look of 2000. I love this 2000 goth look. Can everyone just become can the 2000s goth look just come back forever and never go away? I just want that, you know? Just want that. I think I'm going to give her some gloves. Gloves are cool. A choker is cool. A bracelet's cool. Some belts. Some belts. I think I'm going to give her a fishnet for, just because I can. If fishnet's what I'm thinking of. I don't know if fishnet's of what. It's. Let's see. Just make her into a world ends with you character. Where the fishnet go? I think I'm just thinking about giving her a like a bra, but it's fishnets. Like I even draw a little bit like here, just like not a bra, but just something to go under her shirt, just to make it more interesting. You know? Do you feel like I should give her fishnet gloves? Like those people that use fishnet glove, like one single fishnet glove in one arm, you know. You never liked fishnets? Fishnets are cool. They're cool. But what do the people that aren't Dwes think? Oh, yeah, a bracelet for of course. I love bracelets. There are in the forearm or in the arm. You know. Yeah, fingerless gloves. I'm going to give her fingerless glove for sure. Very small fingerless gloves, right? But the fishnet, I think I'm going to give a fishnet in one of her hands too. Like very small gloves that don't go like all the way to the end of the hand. Gloves on one hand. Why only one hand? And bandage. No, not band. Fuck. Bandages do fit her character, right? Bandages do fit her character. God damn it! I'm going to have to give her bandages. Oh, no, this is the future. Why would she wear bandages? In the techno future. Bracelets that connect to the ring. How? I never saw those. I bet it's very cool. She's a brawler. Yeah, she can be a brawler. Yes, she's a bounty hunter, so she has to fight. So yeah, it does make sense that she would have bandages, even though it's the most techno of techno futures. But okay, like she's literally the most normal person in this thing. Okay, so okay, I'll give him some stuff. I'll give him some stuff. Jade from Clone. Let me. It's been a while since I watched that. Oh yeah, those are super cool. Yeah, okay, the bracelets with rings. Okay, now I get it. Now I get it. Yeah, they are very cool. They are indeed very cool. I appreciate that. I would use them. I would totally use them. Like no joke. I would no joke use that thing. What time is it? Oh, it's six. It's 6 p.m. already. Oh my god, I'm going to draw something and then like call it a day because it's like 5 hours of streaming already. I don't know. I don't know how to count. Is it 4 hours? 4 hours. 4 hours. Okay, let's draw some clothes for her. Some accessories, I mean. 4 hours. So I really like the gloves on Eno. Eno has gloves that are like here. They end here, right? So like they are very small gloves. Very small gloves. Eno? From Guilty Gear. Her designing Guilty Gear Strive is with fingerless gloves that are very small. I mean, you saw me. Yeah, Guitar Lady. I drew her. How dare you not know who Eno is? I drew her and I love her. She's me. She's literally me. If you want to know how do I look like, I just look like Eno. I just look like Eno. How dare you? How dare you? I'll never forget this betrayal. Never forget the betrayal, the crazy betrayal. Oh my god, I want to play Guilty Gear so hard, but it's so far away. Like Jesus Christ. Some space for her knuckles. You want to bandages on her? Let's give her some bandages then. Is there a logic behind bandages? Because I just see people doing this, just like fuck it. Yeah, totally from Sonic Boom. Because the way people draw bandages is what like I drew them, just like random stuff, like just and like the fishnets I was thinking was going to be like here. See, in here. Because fishnets are cool as fuck. I'm gonna draw better next time, but let me delete this one. This one's ugly. What do you call a bracelet that's like up here? Because I really like bracelets that are like here. Like to me, is the prettiest thing. Like for real, I would even say that I'm attracted to people that use thing like a bracelet here on the muscle part like this. Like I legit armlet. It's so fucking cool. I just love it so much. I legit and I'm attracted to it. Like when I see people using it, I'm like, that's pretty. That's a pretty person using a pretty accessory. Cleopatra had those. Oh yeah, that's totally an Egyptian thing. Totally. I like when people get tattoos there because then it look like it like gets just black tattoos like doing this or with patterns, like crazy patterns. Tattoos count, but yeah, it's totally a thing that like it's just so cool. God damn white people, just start using cool stuff so you can use it too. She should have some earrings. Why am I not putting earrings on her? She just has a good face for a earring, you know? Even like this kind of thing, she looks very good to it. Like just let make her a more of a punk. Like fuck it, let's put cool piercings on her. because she looks good in everything, and that's it. Just put cool piercings and be like, fuck yeah, cool piercings. Let's get into 2000 as hard as we can. And belts. She needs belts. She needs belts. I'm lazy, so just do this for now. Just like evoke the Nomura inside us. Is it Nomura that likes belts? Let me take a look. Mm, why you don't like this one? Oh, me too. I mean, I do like them, right? But I'm talking about, but I prefer the one I'm attracted to it, right? Is the one that's more like it's like a choker, but it's on, like it's a solid piece of metal or anything that's around your arm. It's a solid piece, right? So it is Nomura. Good, right? So that's the one I like to put on the arms. This one you showed, I still like it. I still like the armlet, right? But it's not the one that makes me like go like woo woo. That's good. I appreciate your aesthetic choices. I don't know how to draw belts, right? I don't know. Let's straight up say that. I don't know how to draw belts. Let me take a look. Okay, this one strikes me as too much, right? It's like too much of the arm. If it was just the first one of me, or maybe like the first and the second one, but the third one kind of destroys it. I'm looking at the chat, by the way. I'm seeing links on the chat, right? But I really think like that's a little too much. I think it right. It's the third part is kind of too much to me, right? Because if it goes to the normal arm, if it goes to the forearm, then it's sucks. I'm talking about only the arm, right? Only the arm. I think it should be simpler, right? I'm talking about having like I'm going to draw it. I'm talking about like having an arm, right? This is an arm of a person, right? This is an arm of a person, right? You can see that I know how to draw very well by this amazing painting I just did. This is the arm of a person, right? I'm talking about a huge piece like this, bloom, right? Just a huge piece, or not that huge, but a piece here. Boom. Talking about this, right? That one being like, it looks cheap, which is bad, but that one being like three things like this, and like, oh, that's ugly. Yeah, but armbands, like I think of Nazism when I think of armbands, so that's not exactly what I mean. Okay, I'm going to take it off of her nose. The nose was a little bit too much. You know, armbands, like, do you say armband? I remember of like, you know, the Nazi armband, the red thing, the red stripe, right? I'm talking about to putting that on your skin. You think of people jogging. Okay, but that kind of armband you put on your wrists. That kind of jogging armband you put on your wrists, not on your the top of your arm. Yeah, so I'm not talking about using that on top of your clothing. I'm talking about using your skin. Oh, that kind of armband. Okay, okay. That too. Okay, I understand. Because if I put an armband on her now, it's going to look like a Nazi thing, right? If I put her here, it's a Nazi thing, right? But if you put on your skin, then it's a cool arm bracelet, you know? Just look at Yu-Gi-Oh characters for God's sake. Just look at Yu-Gi-Oh characters. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Yu-Gi-Oh characters. Yu-Gi-Oh characters dress better than anyone else, so just look at Yu-Gi-Oh characters and you guys are done. Like the Egyptian part of the Yu-Gi-Oh characters, like they just go for the Egyptian part, you know. They just know the right accessories, right? So you know the best style must be Goth Egyptian, ancient Egypt. Goth, ancient Egypt. People, imagine this. Imagine this. Goth, but ancient Egypt. Imagine that. They are born for each other. Goth Egyptians, ancient Egyptians. They were born. They both love death. They both love heavy makeup. They both love accessories. It's perfect. It's a match made in heaven. See, right? I have to tell you guys, it's a match made in heaven. Yes, 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 yes. You could start there. It's good. You could. That's a start. That's a start. It's a start. I don't like that she's kind of white, but okay. You see, so if you mash the two, you get the dark, bright colors. You see, you get the black with gold. You see, the black with the shine. See, if you mash goth and Egyptian together, you get black, but with the shine. You see what I'm seeing? You see that? See? Oh, don't worry. Nobody knows how to speak English here. We are all faking it. I'm just saying random words and hoping they make sense. It's the best. Like, and then you put a little bit of streetwise stuff. Then it's perfect. Mwah. Like, it's because like I always like goth stuff, and then I realized because of that, of course, that Egyptians also like the goth stuff, but shiny, and I like shiny stuff, right? Because I'm not discreet. Right? I like goth stuff, but goths are too discreet, right? And I'm bright because gay, right? I'm not the 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 gay that doesn't want to show it, right? I want to wear bright colors, and yet I love black, right? So like the Egyptian goth, it's like mm, dark colors but the shiny, and that's where we find God, kids. That's where we find God. It's me. How many polyamorous love beasts? It's me. I wish. It's taking very long for people to find interest in me. I'm kind of disappointed in society, right? I cannot wait for somebody to tell me, hey, I want you to be like I want to be a in a polyamorous with me. I want somebody to tell me because it's a shame people don't do that to me. I'm such a precious girl. I'm sure it's the quarantine. I hope so. I hope it's the quarantine. You like serious stuff. I don't hate serious stuff, but I do prefer gold. I straight up prefer gold. Silver stuff has its place. It totally has its place, right? I don't hate it. Like I would use it, but I if you ask me what I prefer, I would go with gold. Crystalline. How does that look like? Let me take a look. Well, if it's what showed me, then it looks very cool. We all wish we were rich. Because I'm saying this, but the truth is, I want to try all kinds of styles. Right? Not only the styles I just told you guys, but all the styles. And to do that, you guys have to pay me. You have to subscribe to me. You have to donate me for to me. You have to watch all my streams, watch all my YouTube videos too, right? Give me all of your money, right? Because then you find salvation. That's right. I don't like accessorizing. I love accessorizing. I absolutely love. I barely do it in real life because of reasons. But fuck, accessories are amazing. This sucks. I could put like a big thing here, like dangling around. Yeah, it would give some energy to the scene. I would put there. That there. I'm muted? Am I muted? I don't think I am. I think I just got quiet. I just think I should think I just got quiet. Yeah, I think I'm for today. I'm tired. For today is fine. Let's just put like fake belts. I'm going to work more on her. Next time you see me, she will have those things, so you can see me paint those things. I really used to like when I was a teenager the cross belts, like belts crossing like this. Nowadays, I think they are ugly. Yeah, I need to see the belt situation here. Yeah, I take a look at the belt situation. So, people, people, my lovely, 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 chastity belt. Okay, my lovely, 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 lovely people. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you a lot for coming. It was very important to me because not only it's an art stream and art streams are important, but I also like made a first stream after the terrible stuff that happened to me, right? So, and I'm very happy that my back seems to be okay. Maybe I will suffer later. Maybe I will suffer a little bit later. I don't know. But right now, it seems okay, right? Uh, so yeah, let me hydrate. Thank you. Right now, it seems okay. So thank you very much for coming. Um, it means a lot for real. We have a nice conversation too. A bunch of nice conversations. Be safe, please. COVID is getting crazy, especially here in Brazil. Here in Brazil is like Jesus. It's so bad. The situation with COVID. It's like we're getting close to 4,000 a day, 1,000 dead a day. Like it's a lot of dead people every day. It's wow. So please, for the love of God, be safe. Your mom gets the vaccine. Good. I'm very glad. I'm very glad. Oh, you got the new strain. Oh, that sucks. I've heard the new strains are not like the vaccine works in the new strains in the sense that like you still suffer a little bit, but you're not going to die from it. That's what I heard last time I searched for it. Like the new strains, the vaccine does work, but it does work, but works badly. So I hope I'm very nice. Like my grandma is going to get the final vaccine very soon. Like next week, I think. She's going to get the last dose of vaccine. So my grandma is going to be safe too. They're very nice to hear, like people being becoming safe slowly. Very nice to hear. Makes me legit more calm and relaxed. So thank you for coming. Until next time. Uh, uh, Today is what, Friday. So I think Monday I'm gonna play Dondara. Yeah, I think I'm gonna play Dondara on Monday. And that's it. Thank you guys. Oh yeah, just to say, I was going to say I started playing The Witcher 3. It 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 kind of sucks, and that's all of the I had to say. I pick a copy of The Witcher 3 with a friend, and I was like, I have guys, I have a friend that have like a boat. It's a very weird friend. He has a boat, right? And he gave me his copy of The Witcher. Like in this quarantine, he's always on his boat. It's crazy. And he gave me his copy of The Witcher 3. And I was like, okay, let's play this Witcher 3, right? Uh, and uh, and I started playing it, and as always, uh, every time I play an open world game nowadays, I understand how much better, like why people like Breath of the Wild so much. Because in terms of world design, nothing comes close to Breath of the Wild. It's kind of crazy. The world design in The Witcher 3 sucks so hard. It sucks so hard. Like you can barely see anything in the horizon. So all the time you're looking at the minimap. It sucks so much. It's so crazy how good Breath of the Wild is. So every time I play a AAA open world game, I'm like, oh, I was so harsh to Breath of the Wild. I was so harsh to it. Compared to anything else, Breath of the Wild it's good. It's very good. I understand now. I understand. I understand. And like The Witcher is also very glitchy, and I'm playing the Game of the Year edition, right? The edition with everything. And it's kind of glitchy, it's kind of janky. It doesn't make sense that it's in third person. It makes everything harder to control because it's third person and not first person. It totally should be a first person game instead of a third person. And like doesn't make sense that you have to make decisions for Geralt, right? It's very weird because you have to role play as a character that has his own opinions, and uh, and like he is very straight. So in a role playing game, like Western role playing game, Western RPG, usually you can be whatever you want, right? You can have any sexuality, you can act any way you want. But since Geralt is a character, it's very weird to roleplay as Geralt because he's so brute and straight. And it's like he doesn't know how to dance, how to bow. He's like, oh, this flamboyant stuff is not for me because I'm such a brute. And I'm like, motherfucker, I'm playing you. I don't want to role play as a straight person. What the fuck? But yeah, it's weird. It's a weird. But I understand why people like it. I don't think it sucks completely. It's just like I I heard so many good things about it, and it's just a normal game. You want to play a Western RPG that's probably just equally good? Play New Vegas. Play Fallout New Vegas. It's ugly and it's janky because they made a game in a year, in a single year, because EA sucks. No, Bethesda sucks, right? But um, I don't know. I'm going to keep playing The Witcher and see if it gets better. But wow, and that's it. That's my Witcher review. Uh, let's say goodbye.